Good morning. I am here. I have arrived. Uh-oh. I should have listened to it last night. Something in the back of my little head said, I'm gonna take this out for right now. No, I can't hear it anyway. No, yeah, I can. Never mind. Oh, let me put this up real quick. I got something ready for us. There. So I have it set for how long they, pardon me, how long they have been deliberating today, because the counter that I have here doesn't add the 2 hours. What was it? 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 32 seconds from yesterday. So I'll try to keep that running across the bottom in a minute. So at least we know it was, from yesterday, there was 2 hours and 4 minutes. It said roughly 2 hours. So just add that to it. It didn't like the way I have it. I could probably fix it if I really tried. Actually, let me do something else. I gotta do something else. Hold on. Let's do that. There we go. Oh, but you can't see you can barely see it. The yellow is horrible. I didn't realize that. Hold on 1 second. I gotta, hold on. Okay. I got condensation on the tip of my nose from my coffee. And I'm like, if I rub my nose, it's going to be all over Reddit. So we're not going to do that. So we are here again, day 2 for deliberations. And I did not know that actually, oh, look, I just realized it is live. The stream is, see, look, it's live. So there it is. So you guys probably have been filled in on all the stuff. You got all the recap from Nate. Like I said yesterday, this is just going to be us sitting here talking and doing whatever and waiting until that goes. When that goes, I'll switch us over. So we should be able to hear it. But I may have to open up a second one and change it and represent from the other one, because like the issue we had yesterday where I couldn't find the sound. I forgot what I did because, time has passed and memory is not my best quality. So hold on, let me add some more mist to the end of my nose. So hello, I was kind of trying to give the room a little bit of a load time. I know I probably messed everybody up because I had it set for 10, because that's what and then Nate said last night, which I didn't see until this morning, and went, oh crap, I better change everything, because I made the stream and everything, and then I didn't know. So because I usually what I do with Nate is I listen to him in the morning and then I take notes from whatever it is he says. And I didn't get that. I didn't get that far because I was, waiting. I had lots of time. I got up at 5:30. I had lots of time. Yeah. Whatever. So here we are with, but I was kind of thinking we could. Oh, thank you. I have an obsession with not only hollow taco nail polish, which I haven't painted my nails yet. I need to do that. I should do that while we're sitting here. But hollow taco nail polish from a YouTuber named simply nailogical. But I also have an obsession with it's called paparazzi jewelry. People are like, "What? That's an MLM." Well, yes, but I just buy it. I don't sell it. So it's cheap. If it breaks, you can get another one for $5. I'm good with it. So this is all paparazzi stuff. I have a whole tree over there because at one point, I will admit that I did sign up because I'm thinking, hey, if I sign up as a whatever you call it, I'll get jewelry every month. Well, it ended up being that I got a lot and now I have a tree full. So I quit and said, okay, I'll just be a consumer, not an enabler. Because this stuff can be addicting. It's $5, it's blah blah blah. But anyway, so but thank you. Yes, it's paparazzi $5 jewelry that probably has lead in it. Oh, whatever. I've been wearing it. I'm fine. I don't have any lead in me. I don't glow in the dark, so we're good. Oh, let me say hi to everybody. We people have left already. People are like, "Oh, good Lord, it's chatty. It's too early for this chatty person." By the way, I wake up this way. There's a rule in my house that I'm not allowed to speak to my husband until after he comes home from work. I'm just kidding. No, we have a thing. We go to our separate rooms. We let each other wake up in the morning and whatever, because I will start talking from the moment my eyes wake up. Sorry, honey. But yeah, he goes in there and does his his computer stuff, and my computer's in here, and he said that he was listening back when I was playing the thing. This new mic he got me sounds so good that he can't tell if I'm actually speaking to him or it's the live or whatever. I'm like, well, that's good to know. Thank you, honey, for getting me a really good mic. Oh, so okay, I'm gonna say hi. It's there were more people a minute ago, and everybody was like, "Oh, I'm out." So Candy this morning, yay! Hi, Candy, Lemon Curd, Beanie, Luna Lake, Brian M. Come on, Dad. Oh wait, no, sorry, Dana. Hi, Dana. And I think that's all. I think it's just the regs and me. Oh, Paula Schofield, there you are. Oh, and I think I said Luna, did I? I don't remember. Okay, and Mal is here. Yay, Mal is here. And that's it. That's it. We're just gonna be sitting here today, waiting. So if we get too bored and y'all run out of things to talk about, or say in the chat so I can respond, because I was telling you yesterday, that's my favorite thing. I love the back and forth between with your comments and stuff. I was rewatching. I don't like to watch myself, but I do, to try to remember, don't do that. Oh, don't do that either. But I was rewatching the part. There was that one part where I got into the giggles because I was tired. Well, that was hilarious. And Mal, you rock. You are golden. Stephanie, hi, good to see you. But that was hilarious. So it I giggled through the whole thing, but the stuff you guys were saying was great. It helped with the content of the end of closing arguments, which got me in the feels. She really did. She got me. And if I think about it too much, dang emotions. Don't ever let anyone tell you that a person on the spectrum can't have emotions or show them. Sometimes they show them too much, and then they cry like babies. But whatever. Oh, I guess it's a good thing. I guess it is what it is. Oh, so I see that they have at least started the stream. So when did they start the stream? I just looked up and there was the court. It says court is in recess. They changed the thing. It doesn't say will resume shortly. It says in recess. We are waiting. So I was kind of wanting to watch Nate. I wish we could share that kind of stuff. I don't want to take his, do that. I don't want to show his stuff. I like to talk about what he says. And sadly, I did not get to hear all of it yet because as soon as he said they're starting at 8, I went, oh. So I ran and I gussied myself up quickly, and here I am. So take a look at what y'all are saying. Oh, I want to see what you guys were saying this morning before I even realized we should have been live a long time ago, but really there's nothing going on. And I think Nate may have a live going, or I saw one scheduled upcoming. So he may be updating stuff, and we may want to just kind of listen in to him. You guys listen to him, and then we'll meet back over here or something. Cause I'm not going to play his stuff. I just don't feel comfortable doing that. I can talk about him and put him up on my screen and show his face, but I don't want to play his live because I want him to get all the views because he deserves it. And I'm a little me over here. So, Tammy, good morning. I'm reading what you were saying. I hope you, good morning. Oh, sorry. Let me start over. I hope you all have even a great day and ahead. Justice for Tammy, Charles. Yeah, we're going to put that up on the screen. There you go. I agree. And Lemon Curd says, I'm feeling good about today, hoping we have a verdict. I wonder, I still feel like it's still Friday, but since they were rearing to go to start at 8 o'clock instead of the time, that could change things. That could change things, but they do still have a lot to go over. I'm sure they didn't really get into much yesterday as far as going over stuff or whatever. They probably just got situated, picked a 4-person, and kind of went through the roles of figuring out who is whom, or whatever the word is. And they probably will get heavy this morning into it, and it'll become the movie 12 Jurors by at least the afternoon, because Chad's so annoying that they're just going to argue. Oh my goodness. My response, I was watching myself back and showing my husband some of the stuff, my emotions that got me at the end of prosecution's closing. And I go, this trial, honey, look at what it did to me. I had to take a moment. That moment was a serious moment, because in my head, I'm like, if you start talking now, it's going to be a floodgate, and it'll be just, yeah. So take your moment. And I did. So I listened to that little voice in my head. Oh no. I have a little voice in my head? Chad, we got some. No, we don't. I don't hear things in my head. I don't. I always wanted to be the person who had visions, but I was never one. I was not that person. I was that person that rolled their eyes at the person who had the visions. Uh-oh. What does that say? Okay, let's see. Beanie said way up here at the top, morning, Candy Lemon. Hope y'all ladies are, ready for verdict. Yes, personally, I think it will take a few days, though. See, that's where I'm at, yes. On these longer trials, you kind of get a sense, because I don't feel they are going to rush this, especially a death qualified jury. They are going to take their time, because they have to be unanimous. They have to make sure that all of them are on board. But you never know in a case. You don't know the jurors. You don't know what they're, did they come in and really say, I'm 100%, I'm okay with the death penalty? Or did they say that to get in? I don't mean to say that, but we've seen it happen before. Sadly, it has. Do we want the death penalty? That's a question for you guys. Actually, I'm going to put up a poll. Let me do that real quick. We're going to start doing polls today. I'm going to say, are you in favor, or how should I say it? Are you in favor of the death typey for Chad. I'm going to leave it at that. And because this is it's not in general, because you can sometimes people can be, yeah, I'm not normally in favor, but in this case, I am. But I'm going to add to that the third option of I am not in favor of the death penalty. There, and that will be the answer. It won't tell us who is or isn't. But if you want to let us know in the chat who is and isn't, you can say it if you're up for it. I'll tell you in just a second. Let me finish this poll. Oh, got too long. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to make it DP because that was too long. DP. There we go. All right, here we go. And that will be the poll. So we can kind of see what y'all are thinking and then get me back to here. Okay, so for me, I am a proponent of the death penalty for special cases. And I waver, I fluctuate between cases where I feel like if a child is involved, that and the death penalty is on the table, I'm in favor of it. But I mean, would I be? I'm open in this one. This one, I'm open. But actually, no, I'm not. I would be fine with if the jury chooses the death penalty in this case because children are involved. That's the way I see it. I should probably put a certain banner up. 1 second. Where is it? There we go. That one. But for me, I'm gonna scroll down real quick while we're on the subject, just so I can see what y'all are saying, because I was way at the top, and I want to get to what you guys are saying now. Let's see. So got some of the comments. I got to scroll. So I had seen that one. The autograph. Oh, okay, that has nothing to do with that. Let's see. Are there maybe some interviews or other videos regarding this case we can watch that we haven't seen to use up some time while we're waiting for that all-important guilty verdict? What I can do is I can look at the news sources and see what they got going on, and I'll do that in just a second. But let's see. So Brian said something, but then now I don't see what Brian said. And it's no. No, y'all aren't responding to me, but that's okay. So I am anybody in replay, if you want to put your comments in about what I asked, go right ahead. But yeah, for special cases, that's how I am for the death penalty. DP is special cases, especially if children are involved. So, but I'm gonna look at what Beanie said. I agree, Brian. I think they have him on Tammy, accessory on the kids as well. So, okay, let me scroll back up because I'll go back to what I was looking at up here and see what y'all are saying. And then I'll go look for something that we can see or hear or play that we don't get in trouble for. You have to be careful what you do with other stuff on these here YouTube streets as far as showing other content. You must be conformative. And sometimes I'm not. So I think Addi mentioned, okay, let me see what Candy says here. This was way up at the top. I think Addi mentioned something yesterday about finding another trial for us. So hopefully there's one she can have for us. I hope that like I said, if y'all know of something coming, you hear something, you guys are, following a certain something and you know about it, feel free to let me know. You can all of my social media is linked in every one of my lives, and you can follow me, and you can ding me, DM me, tag me, whatever on, you can mention me, whatever, on all the stuff on all of, Twitter and Instagram, even TikTok. I don't do much on TikTok at all, but I can't. The reason I didn't get into TikTok is because I thought they were going to get rid of it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just not worry about that. And now I don't know if they are. No idea. So, I don't even know what trials. I got so wrapped up in this one that I made the mistake of not making sure we had one when this one's over. So maybe we need to brainstorm, mods and myself, and see what we can find. I have, like I said yesterday, I have my Twitter thingy. Oh, I need to put that up. I should hold on. Let me get back up there. Oh, close that. I need this tab. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I have stuff set up so that. Oh, yeah. So there is a. So I don't even know if I want to mention his name, but my husband asked me if I wanted to, if I was gonna do anything with the Trump trial. I went, what? uh, I don't know. That's a hard subject for, many, in my opinion. Oh, so scrolly. Candy said, gearing up for another week of rain. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh, you in the places where all your weather is running amok. I am so sorry for you. Tomorrow is supposed to be the worst day of it, hoping not. But about tired of all this rain. Yeah, but then there's pretty flowers after the rain, right? So Candy also says we are trying to be the hurricane season starting Saturday. I'm betting we will have a wet summer. Oh, that sounds like a certain southern state. Oh yeah, there is my comment about they started already and I didn't know. And this right here, this is what I was thinking when I said it, could go into tomorrow too, which I still feel like it will. But since they started earlier and they are leaving about 6 or 7 in the evening, that's a pretty good day. But there's just a lot to go through. Like Brian said, there's a lot of evidence and several layers to this case. Yeah, that's where my brain is still holding. And I prefer, like I said before, I prefer a jury to take their time and do what they need to do. I know it's, come on, why aren't they here? We need a verdict or whatever. But the justice system doesn't need to be rushed as bad as it is. Sorry. With them not having any interruptions, they should be able to sort through the evidence, hopefully with no issues, especially if they are sequestered. I don't want to get back to my home life. Yeah, that's probably why they chose to start at 8 instead of 10, because that's 2 extra hours they can save sitting in a hotel, not being able to do anything, afraid to look at anything, can't say anything, can't see anything. If you look at YouTube, you're going to possibly see stuff and you can't. So it stinks. I would struggle because I live my life on YouTube. Even though we have cable, I still watch YouTube on my iPad. I keep telling my husband, we really need to scale back. We don't need all this cable. I mean, as long as I have access to Bravo and TLC, I'm good. So yeah, but still, they, I can imagine. That's what I've had dreams about, being stuck in a hotel with without the ability to watch anything other. Can't watch anything. Can't, you know, only can watch downloaded movies. That would be, oy, oy. I'm not really a movie person anyway because I don't have the focus factor for it. So Candy says, especially after all they've had to sit through. And Brian says, I'm expecting several questions from them. There's just so much to this case. Also, I'm not listening. I should really be or have something up where I can hear what's going on, because I have no connection with anything in the trial if no one's up there talking, and if they don't come up, if they don't come live and only do things in off without going live on the stream, I won't know what's going on. So I think so I need to actually work on opening up something over here on this other computer and keep an eye on it. Well, let me see. Let's do that. Hold on. There, we'll put that up. Hold still. I have to mute you. It's because I know it's loud. I'm going to put up, at least I can see Court TV. And if I can put subtitles up. Okay, so the total time. Oh, that helps me because then I can see the total time, which I should probably see if I could fix that. But so we're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. Mine says 1 hour and 27, but the Court TV says 3 hours and 15 minutes. And they're talking, what are they talking about? The Karen Swift murder trial? Oh, wait, what's that? I actually need to start watching them. I don't normally watch any of the channels. I need to get to do that. Just so I have, so I'm not out in left field by myself. All right. So let me get down back here. I think I got all of you guys' comment about the trial. Great comments, y'all. So let me see. Hey, Celine, good to see you. Just got down here at the bottom of the thing and seeing you here for the first time. And Linda's here. Hi, Linda. I think I already said hi to Stephanie, but hi again if I didn't. Rebecca Komiska is here. Okay, yeah. All right. So, I wonder, wait, you know what? What if I, well, will I get in trouble for it? That's the thing. I don't know. And Mal, or I love it when Mal comes in. She makes me giggle a lot. I'm gonna look and see if I can find any news outlets that we can watch while we wait. So far we have Storm Chasers. Everybody's got the verdict watch up and ready to go. I can see. So I guess that Trump thing is going to have a verdict today. Is that what's going on with that? Yeah, nothing on the live. Let's see. I'm going to do some searching for some Chad Daybell stuff we can watch together. So we could, let's see. Let me see. Take a look. Okay, so I'm going to play this. This was an update from KSL News. And this was, oh, I need to, hold on. I'll have to stop sharing that and, Drago! Drago became a member. Oh, hold on a second. I looked up and there was green. Oh, my Steven. Yay. Thank you, Drazo. See, now I have to go back. Drazo Steven. There. I Thank you for becoming a member. Hello. We are waiting for a verdict in this here trial. We probably will be waiting all day again. And that's why I was out of the loop last night with all of the other community, because I was over here until they ended the day at, what was it? They left 6 or 7 Mountain Time. And so we will probably, I still think, I'm sticking to it. I'm not changing. I still think the verdict will be in sometime tomorrow. And I will be sitting here, but I was going to play this newsy thingy. So I got to stop sharing that so I can share another thing. Hold on. Did I open it? I forget. Let me see. Former. Oh, is it that? Yeah. Let me share this. And then make it gigantic. All right. So we'll watch this. Let me make it a little. Wait, is that it? Nope, that's the. Nope. Oh, nope. There we are. I have that same issue John does. I do the whole, wait, I can't. Oh, stop. I can't. I should just push the buttons and not let you guys know that I'm struggling, but I tend to give myself away. So thank you. Thank you for becoming a member. Pretty soon I might be able to add some more of those emoji thingies to the members. I went and made a bunch of them, and I was putting them up during the trial a little bit in the top right. But okay, so we'll go. I'll play this and we'll watch this together. This is what does it say? Former juror shares views on Chad Daybell trial as jury begins deliberating. So this was from yesterday. Duh. Okay, we'll listen together.
In the Chad Daybell murder trial has finished deliberating for the night. They'll be back tomorrow morning as we await a verdict in this high-profile case. News specialist Daniel Woodruff is live in Boise with the latest. Daniel, a busy day in court today.
Yeah, it really was, Deanie. And a big question now for jurors here. Is Chad Daybell a killer, or was he set up by his new wife? That's what they're trying to figure out. They deliberated for a little bit this evening after a long day of closing arguments in which both sides made their case.
3 dead bodies.
As the prosecution and defense made their final pitches to the jury, Tom Evans had a lot of memories come flooding back.
I was a juror on the Vallow Daybell trial.
1 year ago, he listened to evidence against Chad Daybell's wife, who was found guilty in this same case. Now, prosecutors hope this jury will convict Chad himself of murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud.
It's a really convoluted case with a lot of pieces. And I think the prosecution has done an amazing job of presenting it in a way that makes sense.
Money, power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Prosecutors say those things drove Chad to kill his longtime wife, Tammy, and these two children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, while he and Lori were having an affair. The defense argued, though, there's plenty of doubt in this case.
There has not been any evidence saying, we're going to kill the kids, we're going to kill Tammy.
Attorney John Pryor says Chad was a victim himself, not a criminal, and was focused only on his religious beliefs.
In all, I think it's a good day.
Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandfather, says he believes prosecutors made their case.
I truly feel there's only one verdict's going to come down.
As for Evans, he described how the jury is likely feeling now at this stage of the 9-week-long trial.
I think they're ready for this to be over. Their minds are probably pretty well made up.
So at this point, the jury has called it a night, but they'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at the Ada County Courthouse in Boise, Idaho, to continue deliberating. Deanie?
All right, we will be watching and interested to see the outcome. Daniel, thank you. We've been streaming this trial since it began, and we'll be doing the same thing when the verdict comes down, which could come at any time in the days ahead. So be sure to download the free KSL Plus app.
Oh, there's all the stuff I watch. Oh, look, Stephen, look. Your channel's right there. Look. Right there. Look. Shout out. Somebody want to wait, hold on. I'm going to put Stephen's channel in the chat. Hold on 1 second. I can do it quickly. Oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hold on. Let me do this first. At least my YouTube thingy didn't show monkeys this time. It was usually I have lots of monkey videos up there, but I haven't had time to watch monkey videos lately. Hold on, I gotta open another window. So my whatever you call that. Okay, now I can get there. Now I can get his channel. And here. There you go. All right. Let me get back to where I was. Okay, so stop sharing that, but I'm going to look for something else. I'm going to just go through and see what I can find as far as other things to put up. You can watch. This one's the next one. I'll watch this one too. Okay. This is Fox 10. Hopefully Fox doesn't mind. And here we go.
A jury of 12 will decide the fate of Chad Daybell. Closing arguments wrapped up this afternoon in the triple murder case against the self-proclaimed Doomsday prophet in Idaho.
Daybell is accused of murdering his first wife, Tammy, along with Lori Vallow's 2 children. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum joins us live now with what prosecutors and defense attorneys had to say today.
Don, Christina, it's deja vu, right? We've been here before in the Lori Vallow trial just last year. Essentially, this is the same case as both Daybell and Vallow, both husband and wife, are named co-conspirators. The differences are this is a capital case, and now 17 jurors are sequestered, 5 of them being alternates. Here's what prosecutors had to say. The question is, will Daybell be found guilty like his wife? Lead prosecutor Lindsay Blake cemented the theme of money, power, and sex as the alleged motives for Chad Daybell. Blake told the jury that Daybell was the co-conspirator with the knowledge and the power, rating people as light or dark spirits. How text message evidence showed Daybell grade 7-year-old JJ Vallow, 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, and his first wife, Tammy Daybell, at the request of his then girlfriend, Lori Vallow, using the theory that the body of someone possessed had to die. The prosecution reminding the court that these tragedies stemmed from an affair between the children's mother and Daybell, the kids found in his backyard in June 2020 after missing for several months. Tammy Daybell was asphyxiated in October of 2019, a homicide. Blake spoke to the jury for nearly 2 hours, identifying Daybell's affair with convicted murderer Lori Vallow and the belief of being married in a past life as factors. Defense attorney John Pryor pinned blame to Vallow and her brother, calling Daybell the victim.
James and Elena's story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was. Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess.
These officers failed this investigation. They absolutely failed in their investigation looking up the facts of this case. Folks, if there is reasonable doubt, and there is reasonable doubt, you must, according to the judge's instructions, return a verdict of not guilty.
Again, jury deliberations are now underway. There are 41 very specific jury instructions. If convicted, Daybell could face the death penalty, and then the jury would enter a guilt portion phase. We will be streaming the reading of the verdict live on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. Scan the QR code on your screen for more information. Once we get notification that a verdict has been reached, we'll keep you updated on air and online. I'm Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum.
So, her closings. We could always listen to the closings again. It was good. I was very impressed with her closings. And her rebuttal was like very much on point. I listened, and sometimes when it's hard to connect sometimes, but with hers, the way she speaks, the way she does and says all her stuff to make sure that the jury gets the point she's trying to give them, she does very well with it. Oh. Yes, I wanted to, yes, all of the, so 17 of them are sequestered. And the jury stays in the hotel. I don't believe that they're also sequestered, and that means that they have to stay at the hotel. They have to do all the things. They're sequestered now and will be probably through the entire next portion of the trial, which is the penalty phase. They told everybody at the beginning during jury selection that they would need to make accommodations for a possible 2 weeks of being sequestered, depending on how long the jury takes for this. And then you have the penalty phase. I don't think that they're letting them out and then putting them back in for sequestration. I think they stay there. I think. I don't quote me, but that's what I think is happening. I do remember him saying something about a week or two. So, that every time I thought about it when he was saying it, I kept having that panic feeling going, oh, I couldn't handle it. I probably would not do very well as a juror. I am too anxiety ridden. I am too, I have separation anxiety with my husband, and I'm like, yes, I cannot. I can't. I have no problem admitting it. Yeah. Here's my husband and I use the app 360, not because I'm checking up on him and I don't trust him. It's because sometimes I'll be sitting there going, oh, I need to feel like, so I check first to see while they're driving. So I look first, okay, he's not driving. So then I will call or text or whatever, and that way there's a connection. Yes, I'm admitting to something, whatever, but he's used to it. We've been together 34 years. He's used to it. Oh, Ash, good to see you. I see them. Oh, wait, where are you? Let me find you. Where's Ash? How am I not seeing Ash? Did he come in and I missed him? Oh, we could always watch Lemon. We could watch those together. I was thinking about that. You're probably long gone by now by the time I saw that. We could always replay those today. In fact, I got lost looking for stuff. Oh, I thought Dana said Ash. Where is he? Ash, are you here? Hold on a second. Why am I not seeing Ash? I see Luna mentioning it, but I'm not seeing them. Hold on. No, I'm not seeing Ash. If anybody sees him, say hi to me. Hi for me. Still here waiting for you to say something? Oh, what was I saying something about? I don't remember. Hold on a second. Let me go get that set up. By the way, nothing's going on in court. I can see the court is still in recess thingy. So we're good. Oh, I missed him. Did I? Okay, let me scroll back. I'll say hi and put his name up there just so he knows that I said hi. I still can't see him. How is that possible? Ash, do you have me blocked? Oh. Are you sure it was in this chat, Dana? Because I'm not seeing him. Oh, whatever. All right. I'll set that up and we'll watch. Actually, let me see what I got. I did upload separate videos on the closings and the jury instructions. So let me get those up. I'll play those really quickly. I love Drazo's picture. I just opened up or just clicked over here to his channel because I had that up and I went, oh, wait, I know him. Oh, yeah. I love that picture, Drazo. Steven. Oh, forgot what I was doing. Hold on one second. Okay. So, yeah, they've all dropped. So, we'll go with this one. Get it. And here we go. Let me share it.
Thank you. I believe we've got our jurors lined up or close to lined up, so we'll remain standing. Mr. Bailiff, if you could have them return to the courtroom, please.
Hold on. Oh, you're just going to have to look at two of me for a minute. Let me put, there we go. So here comes the jury. My camera. I have a twin. They have it so closed in now, you can't even see his head. All we see is the M tie.
All right, please.
And they both do have the same color tie. And boy, are they making sure y'all see it. It's the same tie. Oh, Pryor's been watching Linda from It's a Crime. If you don't know who she is, Linda is adorable. She is so cute. I just love her. She's been following this case since day one, like Nate.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I forgot the all rise thing.
Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. The court concluded reading of the jury instructions. At this time, then we're going to have closing arguments beginning with the state. Ms. Blake, once you're ready to proceed, you can begin your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to test this. Is this working?
It is.
And Your Honor, can I get the HDMI?
Yes, I'll instruct the clerk to activate that.
And may I proceed?
You may, Ms. Blake.
Thank you.
What's that?
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
Oh, they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. And then MS.
Her mousy hey babe. Ooh.
Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Three dead bodies on the defendant, Chad Daybell's property and or in the residence. Two of them children. His mistress's kids. Joshua Jackson Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried in the defendant's backyard. Tammy Daybell was found dead in their marital bed. And for what? Money, power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Ms. Blake, I really apologize. Could you just hold the mic right up? We're barely getting your signal strong enough.
Dang it,
Thank you.
Judge. Thanks.
On October 26th of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met for the first time.
1 second. I'm going to be kind of interjecting some stuff during this, my responses and stuff. So I'm leaving, so you don't think my mic's on by accident. It's not. I want to respond. Since we've already seen it, we can all kind of talk it over and stuff as we're watching it.
At a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah, you heard from Zulema Pastenis and Melanie Gibb how the first time they met, Lori was flirty. She came on to Chad, but Chad was receptive. You heard from investigator Edwards that a few days after the conference, Google searches were conducted by Chad, Lori Vallow, images of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow. At the time Chad and Lori met, their spouses were alive and well. Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell.
Hold on 1 second. Wait, hold on. Let me put that back. What the heck did I just do? Oh, sorry. No, hold on. So Brian, you say, so Lori was the one in jail? I thought it was Chad. Oh, yeah. No, you can tell the difference in the way that the call is. You can tell whose voice. This is when she was in jail and he was calling her. No, she called him from jail, I do believe, right? We can re-listen to it. Trying to remember how I was hearing it. But yeah, you can kind of tell that his is the closer voice that you can hear better. That's why I think that well, never mind. It's a court, a jail recorded call. But yeah. Yes, this is when Lori Whore, sorry, that comes from Cora Whore from their beliefs. Somebody, they keep calling her Lori Whore when she was in jail. That wasn't it. It sounds worse than it is. I'm not calling her one. I'm saying that it's when Melanie Gibb called her Cora whore. So they turned that into Lori whore. I just thought it was funny. But yeah, she's it's her. Sorry, I overtalked that once again. Let's get back to it.
We're alive. Lori and Chad were both married, but Chad was Googling about Lori. You heard how sometime after the conference, Lori ended up sharing with Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis how Chad at the conference had told her that they had been married in previous lives. And you heard through the trial, previous lives, multiple probations, multiple creations. It's all the same idea. Why does that matter? It was a way to justify the affair to the people around them, maybe even to justify the affair to themselves. They were married to other people. But because they'd been married in prior lives, prior probations, prior creations, everything they were doing was okay. You heard about 3 weeks later, after that first conference, that first meeting, Chad was down in Arizona. Around November 15th to 17th, Chad was down there for a conference, but he stayed at Lori's house. And you heard how other people stayed there as well. And one of them that was at the conference, Melanie Gibb, or at the conference and then at the gathering at Lori's house, Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And remember, Zulema talked to you all about how Chad sat the women down. So Zulema, Melanie, some other women, and Lori.
You mean Zulema?
And he taught them. Chad was the one teaching. Chad was the one sharing these ideas and these concepts. He was sharing them with Lori too. You also heard how shortly after meeting Lori, the defendant began drafting his version of their story, the James and Elena story. And throughout the trial, you heard how Chad and Lori would go by different names sometimes, or they had code names or persons that they claimed to be in prior lives. James and Elena were two of those names, Raphael and Lily, all really Chad and Lori. The James and Elena story was written by Chad, Chad's own words. And what do we know from James and Elena? In James and Elena, and you heard about this from Agent Hart, and you heard about it from Analyst Heidemann.
Sadly, we know about loin fire.
James and Elena. Chad writes, at this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited makeout session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Elena through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. See also another excerpt. He resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Additionally, her dimensions were exactly what he had always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. These are written about his first meeting with Lori. She is everything he's fantasized about. What is this about for Chad? Sex. He wants to have sex with Lori Vallow. He wants to be in a relationship with her, and he decides that the first time he meets her. We also see in there he has to wait about a month for the full revelation of her dimensions. What does that mean? He has to wait a month before he actually gets to see her body. They're absolutely engaged in an affair. They had two favorite positions that particularly bonded them together. Nothing meant more to James than holding Elena in his arms and unifying their bodies in perfect synchronization. Nothing meant more. This was about sex.
Yeah, they were talking about the phone call, Mal.
The James and Elena story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was. Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. Again, Chad is still married as he's writing this story for Lori.
Yes.
And you heard excerpts from the James and Elena story from Agent Hart. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. Again, married in a prior life, prior probation, it justifies having an affair in this life. He tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. Another theme throughout the trial. Chad is the one with the information. Chad is the one with knowledge, and he shares it with others. Chad shared with Lori their connection to each other, and he was happy she believed him.
Me too.
He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. Again, they're both married to other people. And part of this trial,
Now, are you
there was
behind in the
testimony about
stream?
what we never saw. Through all the communications, through all the discovery, through all the evidence, no indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to divorce Tammy. No indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to separate from Tammy, but he wants to be married to Lori. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him. Again, Chad is the one that is a self-proclaimed visionary. He claims he gets revelation. He claims he has visions. The full plan wasn't clear to him. What full plan? How he's going to end up being with Lori Vallow. They are both married. You heard how in early 2019, Chad told Zulema Pastenis he wanted to share some teachings with her. They ended up having a phone call, and Chad started to talk to her about this concept of multi-creations or multiple probations. And when Zulema testified, she had some journal entries. Zulema was open to this concept. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori, and she was open to their teachings. So much so that she would make journal entries of these because she wanted to keep track of them. She wanted to understand. And the one with the page number 1, that's her outline of this concept of multi-creations. And Chad explained that you could have come in multiple creations, you could come multiple times in the same creation. But one theme was if you'd been exalted in one and you came again, you were exalted in this lifetime. He shared with Zulema some of her past lives. He told Zulema that he had a book of life. And through that book of life, he could see people's past lives and he could see into the future.
I'm going to stop for 1 second.
He also told...
Okay, that subject right there. When I was thinking about this in a religious aspect, and that is exactly what I thought he meant. And I believe that he believes that he's deity. He's exalted himself and he has access to the book of life. And that's exactly what I thought. So when she said this, I was like, oh, that's exactly what I thought. Because I have my own reasons for, because like I've said, this trial is very familiar with my stuff in my past, not my thinking, but others, yeah, from where I come from. But when he said that, when she said that, I was like, that's it. He thinks he can see who is, when he's doing the dark and light stuff, he's also kind of a Dungeons and Dragons fan, I think, because that's what that sounds like. But he has the book of life. Is it in his head? Does he keep it up there? I assume so, unless he portals up there and reads the book and then portals his way back down. every time he needs to figure out who's in the book. But yes, so when she said that, I was like, oh my goodness. I actually thought about that in the middle of the night. I woke up, sat straight up out of bed and went, I bet he thinks he can read the book of life. And sure enough, there it is. So let's keep going.
Told her he didn't actually need the book. He could do it without it. You heard Miss Pulowski, Melanie Pulowski, that is, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema all reference a pendulum or a pendant that the defendant had at some times that he would tell them he could get answers.
So he got
But again,
answers from that.
he didn't have to
Sweeney
have
doohickey.
that to give them the answers.
Oh,
Common theme. Chad has the answers. Chad has the knowledge. Chad has that special ability.
but Chad's a victim. Remember?
Shortly after this meeting in
Okay,
early
I have it up.
2019,
I don't see anything yet.
Charles Vallow is deemed dark. Chad Daybell deemed Charles Vallow dark.
As soon as I see it, I'll switch right to it.
He
Don't
actually
worry.
said he was possessed by an entity named Ned Schneider.
We'll watch this until
In January of 2019, Chad Daybell was doing Google searches for Ned Schneider. Then the idea of castings comes into play. And page 5 from Zulema's journal talks about her understanding of castings and what would happen. And you heard Miss Pulowski, Miss Gibb, and Miss Pastenis all talk about how they were involved in castings at different times. There was testimony that sometimes Chad was there, testimony that sometimes he wasn't. But they would do a casting, a prayer circle, there were some other descriptions, but at the end of the day, the person wasn't there. They weren't physically touching the person. How would they know if a casting was successful? Lori would call Chad. Chad had the information. Chad had the knowledge. When it came to Charles, castings on Ned were said to be successful. Ned was gone. But the problem was that eventually Chad and Lori taught that if a person was possessed, it meant the body had to die. The individual, the actual spirit of that body
yep, I'm
was
on
gone.
top of it.
An evil entity was in that body, and in order
Every
to
time you
set the
see me
person
looking
free,
up at the Lord, it's
the
because I'm
body
looking up
had
at
to
the
die.
court.
So when a casting was
Shocking,
successful
Addie's
and the
on
body
top of
didn't
things.
die,
On her own channel.
well, now there's a new entity. That's what Chad would tell them.
Sorry.
So Charles became Garrett.
So
Castings are
that
done
is
on
the
Garrett.
question.
They called Chad. It was successful. Well, Charles was still alive. Body didn't die. So now Charles is Iplos. And Iplos,
Dana, I have it. Don't worry.
is an
If the
more
trial
demonic
comes
entity.
up, I have it right here.
Iplos
I will
is
go
so
right
dark
to it.
that we get a new term introduced of zombie. The other thing that was going on around this same time, as Charles became Iplos,
I'm not seeing Nate live.
is that
He has
Charles
something
actually
scheduled.
confronted Lori
Supposed to be
about
going
her
live
affair with
now.
Chad. Around June 29th of 2019, Charles Vallow confronts Lori. And he tells her, I am going to
Yeah.
email Tammy Daybell. She deserves
What's
to know
going to
what's
happen?
going
Don't
on.
worry. I have it.
Charles, in fact, sends an email to
as
Tammy
I see it.
Daybell on June 29th
I'm
of
looking at
2019.
East Idaho
informing
News,
her
and they just
of
have
the
a thing
affair.
saying, stand by for
Charles
court
also
proceedings.
sends an email to Chad Daybell on June 29th of 2019, confronting him about the affair, telling him it's improper, it needs to stop. Then on July 1st of 2019, Charles tells Lori, I'm going to go meet with Tammy in person. I'm going to tell her what's going on. Lori tells him, she won't talk to you. She's my friend. Lori and Chad are in constant communication.
Don't you?
You heard that throughout
Sometimes
the
I feel
trial.
bad,
They're
but
having
remember,
an affair.
Here, I'm going to
They're
pause this for
talking.
1 second.
They're getting burner phones.
I don't know if you can hear it. I'm going to try and Oh, that's, yeah. Okay. I thought I was looking over. I have Court TV up too. I'm trying to keep up with them as well. But I've got it all sitting here doing its little thing, waiting for it. While I talk, I will put that up so you guys don't freak out. There. Oh, should be good. Yep. There we go. So there, now you can see and no one's panicking. See, it's still like that. Everyone has the same thing. So, and I have seen, Nate's is the same way. My move over. Sorry, something was in the way of my, put this back over here. 1 second. All right. So, yeah, I don't, what channel, did he say something at the beginning of his live then? Wait, let me see. I'm scrolling through. So his East Idaho News. Ooh, I see Linda. It's a crime in, yeah, she's, Linda is saying that Nate said that it's not a verdict. It's like you said. Behave yourself, Dana. No. Why start now, right? Oh, let me see. And this is what I was going to comment on. When you said, Celine, I need to really stop laughing. Yeah, I don't want anyone to think that I'm not being respectful. You know that we have all been respectful in this trial for the past 8 weeks. I've tried to run my channel like that, but I'm noticing that I would like it to change how I run my channel. And that is, I would like to be me, not whatever. So if I say things or respond or I laugh or whatever, that's just part of how I am. And it's never a disrespect to any victims in any trial. I think that a lot of the LawTube channels are all the same way. We all respect the process, especially those who are actual lawyers. I'm just a trial watcher. I am not a lawyer. Well, no, wait a second. I am an armchair lawyer, and I passed the bar on 5th. So there you go. But for the past 7 years, I had to stay a certain way and be a certain way, and it wasn't the real me. This that you guys see here is the real me. If I'm on panel with somebody else, I try to control it. But here, you get what you get. So, but I was going to ask Kim, where was Nate? What channel was he on? Because I have, oh wait, I wonder if it's the video before. Did he stop it? Let me look at his channel. Was he in the chat saying that? Let me see. Oh, wait. You know what? Okay. Let's just play this. I said I didn't want to, but he's reporting. So let's watch what he has to say. Okay, we'll go here real quick and then we'll switch back. Don't worry. Let me get him up there. Hold on. I lost him now. There he is. I got too many windows open.
House where today we could have a verdict in the Chad Daybell murder case. Yesterday, there were closing arguments from the defense and the prosecution. The jury then took the case around 4:31-ish, and they deliberated for 2 hours before calling it a night. They went back to wherever they're staying. They are sequestered. They can't go home. And they plan to be back here in just a few minutes at 8 o'clock. They want to be back in the courthouse deliberating. And who knows how long that could take. We could have a verdict this morning. We could have a verdict in the afternoon or tomorrow or in a few days. You just don't know with these things.
I guess I should have had
What we do
Linda
know
keeping an eye
is
on
that in Lori
tweets.
Vallow's case,
Shoot.
the jury took 7 hours to deliberate before coming back with a verdict. Things are a little different here in the fact that Chad Daybell faces a charge of murder for Tammy Daybell, whereas Lori Vallow only faced the charge for conspiracy to commit her murder. So there's an additional murder charge for Chad. Also, this is a death penalty case. Now, during the first portion of deliberations, the jurors will not focus on death penalty. They will focus simply on, is Chad Daybell guilty or not guilty on the 7 charges that he faces? If he is guilty on those first degree murder charges,
hold on. Let me get Linda
that there are aggravating factors.
She normally does it, and I forgot to tell her we need to be doing this today. So let me get Linda 1 second. Linda, are you out there? Hello, Linda. Oh, she's already let me know she's on her way to get them. She's on. Linda's got it. She'll be there. She's got to get it up and stuff. She'll put it in chat. 1 second. Linda's my sweeter girl. She handles my sweater for me. And until Elon gives me back my tea, that's how I'm pronouncing sweater. Okay, let me put this back up. And we're doing this.
Then we will go into the penalty phase, where the jury will then decide if Chad Daybell gets life in prison or death. And as part of that penalty phase, more witnesses will be called. Family members will be called. In fact, I know that
sorry, Linda, I forgot
late last
to tell
night,
you that
several of Tammy Daybell's extended family members arrived into town. We're expected to see them maybe later today, especially if we get a verdict. Other family members, Kay and Larry Woodcock, they could present with victim impact statements, and we will hear likely on the defense side from Chad Daybell's children, who could come up and present. They not only are they victims, they're victims because their mother died of murder allegedly, but also because their dad is on trial, and they could go on and say, please give him life in prison. Don't give him the death penalty. So that phase could be quite interesting. That could last a day. It could last several days. We just don't know how long that will last. So as you can see, you might be saying, well, where's the line? Isn't much of a line this morning, that because you had to have a ticket to get in. If you didn't have a ticket, chances are you're likely not going to get in. So don't bother running down to the courthouse if you want to get in. But there are people waiting inside the lobby that were here this morning, starting around 6 o'clock, that have tickets. They just want to guarantee that they get a seat. And I have to tell you, the day of Lori Vallow's verdict that morning, I brought donuts for everybody in line just to, be nice. And we got a verdict that day. There's donuts up there. So maybe that is my prediction or my hope that we'll have a verdict today. We'll see. So that's what's happening here at the courthouse. It's kind of a hurry up and wait game. At 8 o'clock, the jurors return. We'll go upstairs. We'll wait in the courtroom. We'll wait in the hallway. When the verdict does come down, we're told that we'll have about a 20-minute notice, maybe a little longer. It just depends. But we'll have at least 20 minutes to get the word out to let you know that we have a verdict. Tune in. And then we will carry it live. Wherever you're watching this, you can watch it live when that verdict comes down. And then we will see. If it's not guilty, Chad Daybell goes home. Chad Daybell is a free man. If it is guilty, depending on those murder charges, we could go straight into the penalty phase. If he's found not guilty of murder and guilty of the insurance fraud or the grand theft, that sentencing will happen at another date. So there's a bunch of scenarios here. And when you have a sequestered jury who cannot go home, you can tell they really want to get this going. And that's why they're coming here today at 8 o'clock. They'll be here, including the 5 alternates. Well, the 5 alternates won't participate in deliberations, but they are sequestered simply because if one of those jurors from the group gets sick or somehow can no longer serve, one of the alternates will take their place and deliberations will start all over. Okay, did I get it all, Jordan? I think I got it all. I know there's a million things more to say, but we'll keep you posted all day long. Follow me along on Facebook, follow eastidahonews.com, and we will break in the second we have a verdict. Or if we don't have a verdict later today, we'll come on and do an update, and you can post your guesses below as far as when you think we will have a verdict, and post the date and the time that it will be announced. Not in, but announced. That's what we need to know when it will be announced, because that's the official time that we'll have. All right, thanks for watching. I'm going to head inside.
Crap. I'm sitting here jibber jabbering. Dang it. Oh, StreamYard, please fix that. Please fix it. If I go up on the screen, my sound comes on. And I don't sit here going, hi, looking like a, oh, never mind. Anywho, sorry. All what I was saying was I'm looking over at Court TV, and they actually have 2 deliberations going on. They got I think it's the treadmill trial, because now that looking at the name, I think that's what that is. And they're at 1 hour and 39 minutes into their deliberations. And Daybell is there. The one for that is stopped at 3 hours, 53 minutes and 21 seconds. Darn it. Sorry about the sound. I go up and I come down and yada yada. I also have to, I was listening over there, so I had to mute it. Oh, good Lord. Sorry. So if he gets carpal tunnel, it's because of that. And it's all my fault. Oh. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with me. That's actually one of my catchphrases that I say all the time. Thank you for putting up with me. Oh, so let me see back. I'm gonna go back and see what. Actually, you know what? Let me put the. I need to put up the update for that so I can actually see it. Okay, so okay, so the last update was that what Linda put in, that they were not going to, the hearing was a closed hearing, which this right here. Interesting. Let me see if there was anything else. Oh, Kim. Yeah, I have 6. Not to brag or anything, but in my former career, I was running up to 7 lives at once for a certain something, and So now I've got 3 computers with 6 monitors, and I've tried to narrow it down so that I'm not looking at the sky like this all the time, because my husband was looking and said, "You look like you're looking up at the Lord." And I said, "Okay, well, I will try to change that." But right now I have the the trial is up there. So that's why I keep looking up. But since I have it here, I don't have to look up. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor you guys are dang it. I'm seeing all the muted, you're muted, unmute. Oh, I think what they need to do is move the mute button up. Put it next to where you're looking at yourself so that you can see if it's on or off, because I forget to look down. I look up a lot and then forget to look down. So oh, and let me see. I'm trying to find anything else that Linda finds and has put in since that last update. Not seeing anything yet. Lemon asks, wasn't Lori convicted for conspiracy in Tammy's unaliving? Doesn't that make it officially and not allegedly an unaliving? Probably. People are just saying allegedly because they're afraid of getting in trouble. I don't know. Yeah, the closed courtroom actually gives me a slight pause. Like when I hear that they're, oh my gosh, I'm watching over here on Court TV and they're showing the Gregory footage of him running the, oh my gosh, I gotta look away. Whew! Sorry, that I could not watch that trial. So when Nate was covering that, he did donuts there too. See, I don't know. I didn't follow the Lori trial. Nate will, and Linda will put it in the chat when she sees it. She's constantly checking. For the entire trial, Linda has been my girl who has done the tweets, and that used to be what I did over in my former life. And I have passed the torch to Linda. So she has all that taken care of. And I forgot that part this morning. Where am I going to get my information from? I forgot to put that up. Looking at the court is in recess thing does not help us a bit. It helps to keep us updated. And so Linda is now on board and got it going. Yeah. Let me get back down here. Oh, so Kim, question for you. Are you from the LawTube community? Do you follow all the names? Broken Baker, Valhalla Waits, MLS, sorry, dyslexia. MLS. Was it God of Law? I can't remember the name of his. It's Lego Law. Do you follow them? Is that how you found us? Or did you find us or Uncivil Law, which is Kurt, my newfound buddy? He doesn't know it, but I've claimed him as my newfound buddy. So let Kurt know. And I thank him for shouting me out over there. But he needs to stop saying I was a mod. I wasn't a mod, I was a producer. I was the producer for the YouTube for 7 years. So let's see here. So, so your lawyer friends so you work in a law office? I've always said in my next life, I'm going to be a paralegal. I don't want to be a lawyer because I don't want to have to stand up and talk in front of people. But I would like to be, I like the background stuff, the admin doing all the finding. Hey, hello. Hi, you found us over here. Oh my goodness. Hello. Thank you for subscribing. Now I want to know what your real name is. Just kidding. I think I know you from somewhere. Where do I know you? Oh, John's, right? I'm trying to, figure out where everybody comes from. I think you are from John's. But if not, and you're like, who the heck is John? Or it could be Kurt's. It could be all of the law tubers. I don't know. Celine, Toby, love Kurt. He is, yeah, he's awesome. I accidentally, this is kind of funny. I accidentally DM'd him and he was very sweet about it. I was trying to like follow him and somehow I ended up, I don't even know what I did. I am not good at Instagram. So I accidentally followed him or ended up somewhere that, so now I can see when he goes live on, if I'm looking at Instagram, and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bother you over here. He was like, I didn't mean to do this. I was just trying to follow you. And he goes, too late. You found me. Whatever it was he said. He's a sweetheart. I've been watching Kurt for a long time. And when he would come in the chat, I was actually very, very happy that he was with us. It was just, the whole job thing. I felt horrible when some of our great other channels that are out there in the YouTube verse would come in, and then I had to do the job, and then they were upset, and then I felt bad. I was just doing my job. If anybody talks to Duty Ron, please tell him I am so sorry. It was nothing ever personal. Oh, you can let Duty Ron know I'm over here. Not that he would care. He's probably very upset at me. But it is what it is. And that is in the past. And now here we are. So let me see what y'all are saying. Linda says, you are the best. I enjoy being here very much. Linda rocks. Linda has been my sidekick for a very long time, along with Mal. Mal and I have been connected longer than all of the mods that I have and everyone that has a wrench. Mal has been there. She's known me for a very long time. And she's put up with me for a very long time. All of my mods put up. Oh, Luna Lake says, Brian helps all the ladies with man stuff. I love it. I love it. If you look at my, what do you call it, statistics or whatever, the majority of the followers that I have on this channel that has not been worked in a very long time and no one knows I'm over here, is mostly women. So I would love to see more, more of a mix coming over here. That would be awesome. But I'm glad y'all are here. Let me see what Kim says. Yeah, pretty much. Oh wait, I forgot what I asked. Crap. So pretty much whatever I asked, it's pretty much. I also used to work at social services as a foster care social worker. So that treadmill video killed. Oh my goodness. Yes. I can't. And it's still in. Okay. I'm looking over at Court TV just so you got an update. I'm sure Linda's keeping an eye on it, but the verdict clock has not restarted yet. I'm pretty sure I'm live. Let me I'm watching. It's Court TV that I'm keeping an eye on, and it's still on the same time. And that other trial is still clicking away, and they're at an hour and 51 minutes over there. So let me read this again. So I also worked at the public defender's office, so I'm familiar with law. Oh, awesome. Yes, my whole thing, my entire life has always been, I love administration. I love working in offices, the whole thing about offices. And it's all I ever wanted to do was be in an office. I used to work for in a real estate office. Never worked in a law office. That would have rocked. But yeah, admin is my thing. Yes. Ditto. Kudos to Linda and her crafting. Are you crafty, Linda? And now I am a court counselor at juvenile justice and supervised. Wow, that job. Whoo, girl. Or, well, I assume girl. Sorry. Could be not. Could be. Yay! See, I had a slight memory retention there. Yay! That's what I thought. There's a lot of communities that I kind of bounce around in, and so sometimes I mesh them all together and then forget who's who. Yes, and I'm so glad you came over here and found us over here. Oh no, it blinked. Sorry. The stream blinked and it scared me. Did you see that? It went dark and then came back on. I was like, oh, what does that mean? Nothing. Right here is the truth. Mal is hilarious. She had me going yesterday. I should put together a short video of all the times that I'm dying laughing over stuff that Mal says. Luna Lake says Brian will always be my #1 man on this channel. He brings a lot to this channel. Brian, I was so, remember what I said, Brian, when I first saw that you came over here and I went, oh, Brian, I thought you hated me. I'm sure so much. Oh, I was in, whose live was I in? It may have been Nate. No, it was somewhere. One of the channels that I was in. It could have been Kurt's Uncivil Law, but I can't remember. And I don't want to say like that in case it wasn't. But there was a person in there who was like, Addi's horrible. No, that was my job. I am so sorry. There was a certain way that things were being run. And we'd been running it that way for a very long time. And they have since changed the way they are running it and why things are no longer that way. But while it was being while it was, we'd been doing it since before day one. We took what we were doing when the channel was first created by before Court Chatter for Kathy, and then we moved it, took those rules that we were doing for the moderation before we were doing the lives on YouTube. And then I moved over and started moderating the YouTube chat and brought most of the rules that we were following and using to that. And then kind of lightened up a bit, but then I lightened up too much and it got to be a problem with some issues with some stuff. So I had to then add back some rules. And there's like I always say in moderating a chat, there's an ebb and flow of what you have to do as you're working on, dealing with huge chats. And when the chat got to be to where we were in the tens of thousands, it was huge. And then everyone started seeing, hey, over here. And then I had to take care of issues that resulted with that. But they have since changed the way that they are doing things. And that's awesome. And I hope that, it all works out for that. But yeah, it was not me being anything other than trying to run a channel. So, we were watching since the time over here on Court TV is still not moving. So I'm assuming that whatchamadoodle is still going. So let me put back on, where was I? Yeah, we watched that. Which one was this? I can close that out. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and we can go back and listen to the openings that or closings. I mean, I always do that. Closings. We'll continue from where we left off.
And you heard testimony about the burner phones. They all had multiple different phones that they would use. And when I say they all, Chad and Lori and Alex.
So
only 10 days later,
Linda and I will
10
handle
days after
updates
Charles threatens to
so
go
that
and tell
we-
Chad's wife
so
about the
I
affair,
can see them.
Charles is shot and
Linda
killed.
will get updates if she needs.
He's shot and
we're-
killed by Alex Cox.
For that other trial,
in Arizona.
I have it over here, so we'll just.
We heard from the
No.
Arizona detectives that on that fateful day, Charles had shown up to take his 7-year-old son, little JJ, to school. Instead of getting to take his son to school, he wound up dead.
Let me make this bigger.
Why? Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. And if someone's a zombie, if someone's dark, the body has to die. We know that Melanie Gibbs said, she asked Alex, do you believe in these zombie teachings? Do you believe in zombies? Alex's response, 100%. Zulema asked Alex, or when we asked Zulema, did Alex believe Chad? Zulema's response, 100%. Shortly after Charles' death, Melanie Gibb talks to Lori. And you heard from her what was missing. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. Her husband had just been shot and killed in her home by her brother. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. On July 11th of 2019, the other thing we know, Chad and Lori were in contact throughout that day. You heard that through Detective Werther's testimony. You heard from Detective Duncan and Detective Werther that there were several text messages exchanged in the morning hours of July 11th of 2019, with the last one being right around the time Charles Vallow would have arrived at Lori's house. Zulema said she saw Alex shortly after the shooting, and she asked him, are you okay? What's going on? Because also, no signs of remorse, no signs of grief. Alex's response to her, he was a zombie. Alex 100% believed in zombies. Alex 100% believed Chad. Chad said Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. Chad said if someone's a zombie, the body has to die. Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow. Alex 100% believed Chad. You also heard how at some point Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector. He talked to Alex about how Alex had been her protector in multiple lives, multiple creations, multiple probations. Alex was here to protect Lori. And you heard that Alex relished that role. He relished having a purpose. He relished being part of this. One thing, though, Lori was upset about. Zulema had asked Lori at one point, if Charles is a zombie, why are you back with him? Lori's response, I need to get my finances in order. After Charles' death, Lori reaches out to Chad to tell him, I'm not getting the $1 million life insurance policy. He must have switched the beneficiary. As they proceed through this conversation, Chad's response, interesting if it was him after he had 2 bullets in his chest. No remorse, no grief. Lori did message Chad, though, to let him know that it was probably Ned that changed the insurance before we got rid of him. She's messaging Chad that. She also lets Chad know, don't worry, I'll still get $4,000 a month in Social Security. Tylee Ryan's father had died, and Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits. So Lori knew JJ would get Social Security benefits since Charles was dead. Lori was also going to get benefits since she was JJ's custodian. Seven days after Charles' death, Chad is texting Lori. I was told extreme changes are coming for me. I welcome them both. What were the extreme changes? Charles has been dead for 7 days. What extreme changes do we know happen in Chad's life? Well, his mistress's 2 kids end up dead on his property, and his wife Tammy ends up dead in their marital bed. Extreme changes are coming, and I welcome them. Chad and Lori engage in further text conversation throughout that month of July. Chad, at this point, they've started to talk about labeling people as dark. And again, Chad is the one that can do that. They start talking about death percentages. Chad, again, is the only one that can determine someone's death percentage. How close someone is to dying is determined by Chad Daybell. He tells Lori in this message, and keep in mind, he is talking about toddler children, young children. He decreased the pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. He then asked Lori, do you want me to cause pain to those 2 3s? Who are the 3s? Again, remember, when someone's light or dark, there's also generally a numeric value or a numeric number assigned to that. In this case, 3 3s. So they were 3 dark. He ends up saying, yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. These are young children. And specifically, these are the children of Melanie Pulowski that are being referenced. Right after saying he's going to give these children a reason to scream, I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. He wants to be with Lori Vallow. Chad messages her later in July. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. What did Chad need permanent freedom from? He just returned from seeing Lori Vallow. His wife is still alive. He feels trapped when he's at home with his family. Who does Chad want freedom from? Tammy. And he senses it's coming. We talked in this trial about how Chad and Lori would manipulate each other. In this text thread, Lori Vallow is upset with Chad. And Chad tells her, referring to Grandpa Keith, who's someone that's deceased, that he is supposed to warn her that she's unprotected. The angels are angry that Lori's ignoring him. And if she wants that protection back, she better talk to him. Lori's response, I love you. Chad, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. Chad manipulated Lori with power. Chad held himself out to be a visionary. He held himself out to have spiritual gifts, and he would manipulate Lori with that. Lori, on the other hand, she was frustrated. Her husband's gone. Chad's wife is still alive. Chad and Tammy have 5 children. They have a grandchild. Chad's life is undisturbed. And it causes contention between Lori and Chad because Lori wants Chad to be freed up now. So Lori's frustrated. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change. What needs to change? Tammy's in the way. Charles is gone. Lori can't be with Chad because Tammy. Chad's response? I want you. Nothing else matters. Lori manipulates Chad with sex. From the minute he met her, he wanted to be with her, and she knew it. About a month after Charles' passing, Lori's asking Chad, do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together. Again, Lori asked Chad. Chad has the answers. Is there a plan to take the children? And what children are they referencing? JJ and Tylee.
I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
I can't with his voice.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is going to be finished and everything is going to be fine and it's going to work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that.
No, that's
every
what she
day,
said.
several
Sorry.
times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely
Hey, Ash. Good to see you.
Lolo. Things are going to work out. Not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey.
I'm pausing to answer the question from not my real name. I love it. Is it just one of Chad and Tammy's children that are standing by Chad? There were said to be 3 that were going to testify in the trial. 2 of which, Emma and Garth, testified. He has 5 children in total. So 3 of which were supposed to, but two of them did. Joseph was Emma's husband. He testified, so we didn't ever see a third, but at least 3 of them do. I don't know really how many of his 5 kids stand by him, but at least 3, because they were going to be called to testify in his defense case. So that's what. Let me see. Let me see. Sorry. Linda said something big. What did Linda say big? Everyone who was in the courtroom now in the hallway. We have no idea what is happening inside the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. Okay. Let me see. Not sure any are really standing by him since none in court for closings. Wait, what? Oh, well, see, I think I said during the closings that I was focused on his face and her and wasn't looking at the court. But looking at it now, let me put this down so I can actually see. Oh yeah, look at the difference. Look at the wow. I'm looking at it now. Let me take me off real quick. Look at no, it doesn't help because I'm still up. Hold on. There. Look at the amount of people behind him compared to the amount of people behind prosecution. This is the first time I'm really seeing it. I know you guys said it yesterday and y'all were watching and stuff like that, but I wasn't focused on that, and y'all caught it. I was focused. I'll tell you what kept my freaking focus was that dang tie. the tie and her color, the color of her jacket, which, as y'all know, is one of my favorite colors. I think it's salmon. But yes. So what Linda's, I mean, what Mal said. Yikes. Okay, let me see. I'm catching back up. Let me see, and then we'll go back to watching. Or yeah, I'm on the okay. All right. So mistakenly thought a daughter was standing by him figuratively. Yeah, Emma. Emma is his daughter. She's the one that you'll hear Pryor say in his closings that basically everything was her doing it. And that's when he brought his case or whatever, they brought her up and she's like, oh, that was me. I did this. And it was all about Emma. Emma was the one. They can say that because Emma's not being charged with anything. So she can say she did the search on the wind, whatever. She can say all the stuff and not get in trouble because she's not being charged. Ash says, yeah, it's been a while, not had as much time to follow trials lately, but try to keep up with highlights and pop in when I can. I'm doing well. Hope you are. And I'm so glad you're here. I've always loved Ash. Ash has been with us as a contributor to the chats for a very, very long time. I think maybe since the start of when the other chat was started up, when it really got going and we were using it when I was working it for the lives. There's a question. I don't know. I don't know. Did Nate say, did anybody say if they were in court? They are victims. They are allowed to be, I think. And since they were released, I think from their, but for now, for the closings, I don't know. Mal says, in court, Emma and Garth seem to support. They may still. I was kind of being sarcastic. Well, see, there's your problem. Just a side note, that's something that my husband is not a fan of about me. I struggle understanding sarcasm, and I married into a family who loves and lives on it in a fun way. No. But his dad's side of the family, very much into it, and sometimes I'm standing there looking at him with a blank stare, and then my husband will have to explain what I'm a literalist, and sarcasm is, I can be funny, but I can't always get funny. If that's my saying, I can tell a joke, be funny, humored, yada yada, but then if you put it back at me, I may look at you like, what? So there's that. So Mal knows sometimes if I take something she says literally, she'll have to say, that was being, it was a joke, it was this, whatever. My mods know that. It's a certain part of autism that may be irritating to some, but at least, you put up with me, right? Okay, so his kids have not been there since testimony. There you go. I knew one of you would get that up there for me. So I need to not my real name. That's a long thing to have to say. He has a Warren Jeffs voice. Oh, good Lord, yes. Oh, that's it right there. Ugh. There's a certain way of speaking in some of the faiths, religions, whatever, that I'm not a fan of. And that would be one of them. Right there, yes. All right. Last one, and then I'm caught up and we'll get back to listening. I'm doing well, thanks. Just wish the weather was better. Yuck. This is like a bad season for places that we don't have anything going on. We get wind. We get a lot of wind. Right now we're good weather was. Okay, let's go back. Here we go.
I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people. And
Get ready to nod off.
I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs. Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair, it won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not
I have
solo.
absolutely. That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers.
What?
I'm
Whatever.
absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be 2 solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation.
Hold on. We're alive. Court is live.
All right, council, we are on the record on KCR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address questions such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
All sit.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder, as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then.
All rise.
All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Back to it. That worked out really well. I actually was paying attention and saw it pop up and scared me, but oh, yes. Thank you, Linda. I think we saw it at the same time. Just so y'all know, Nate, when he's giving his tweets and giving his stuff, is way ahead of you guys and even me. So when he's putting stuff out there, there's a time between when he says we're back in the courtroom, the stream doesn't come up when he's typing that, because they are brought back in the courtroom, and then the court takes time to put the stream up when everyone gets settled in there. So there will be a time. And so Linda and I will work together and make sure that we coincide with what we got going on, so that, we're not going to miss anything, because I have it up and we can see it. So don't freak out. Don't worry. We're on it. So she's watching the tweets and I'm watching the stream. So we will stick it up together. We won't miss a thing. Let's see. So there's some of the tweets that Linda's putting in may be a little behind. I have no idea. Let me see. From when that happened. Just because that's how. Also, there may be a delay between when Linda gets things or when I get things too, because we deal with the internet. So there's always that. And we may not all get the information at the same time, but don't worry. Over here in this little part of the world, we'll get it in eventually. So you guys don't have to worry. So jury is seated. We saw that. Boyce reads the additional instructions. It has to do with count 6 of the indictment, the first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell. So I wonder, somebody asked us that Sammy Joe came in, and hi, Sammy Joe. Welcome to the chat, by the way. Awesome. I don't know if I've seen your name before, because I have a horrible memory, but hi, you may all just hi. So let me see. We got that one. So Kim says is concerned that they are questioning Tammy. Was count 6 missing? Is that what was? Let me see. Let's see. Yes. Ash says there's really nothing quite like the feeling of a verdict about to be read out. Such an emotional roller coaster over just a few seconds. Yes. Especially in a case, this case is being 8 weeks. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when Young Thug finally gets a verdict? Will there be anybody left watching? I don't even know if the counts on whoever's watching that trial are maintaining, or have they, kind of lessened because it's such a long trial. So the judge will add the instruction to the others, and the jurors will take it back with them to the jury room. Jurors are dismissed. So that means that, did I read that one? Yes. Okay. So what it was missing and they found it. Is that what I'm getting out of that? And so judge read it out. That will be added in and taken back. Okay. Prior asks if there will be a 30-minute warning. Oh, yes. Prior asks if there will be a 30-minute warning when a verdict has been reached. Boyce says yes. Chad, wearing an ankle monitor, stands up and is waiting to be escorted out. So now we know there will be a 30-minute warning before the verdict is read. So we ain't going to miss nothing, because we're here all day. I'm not sure. And Candy says, so cool that Chad gets to wear such a coveted inmate jewelry. Next time, hopefully we get to see him in chains brought in for his sentencing. Hey, Toy, good to see you. We need more likes for the stream. Thank you, Toy. Yeah, 30 minutes gives us, at least it's not, well, that doesn't, I wonder if that means that they will turn the camera on in the courtroom for that 30 minutes, or it'll just come on and scare me. What? Well, that's good because then it gives me a chance to take a. I haven't been up yet. I need to stand, so I may need to put this on back to the closings so that I can stand and take a quick break. Beanie says Pryor needs time for a couple beers. Hey, I'm okay with that. It's not Friday yet. My one day of fun is Friday. That's why I call it Fun Friday. Limon says it's his new wedding band, only one that's on his ankle. Is it a malachite one? Paula says, do you think they'll reach a verdict today? I don't. I think a verdict will come tomorrow. But Lemon believes they'll have a verdict today. Well, they're on count 6 of how many? 41? That's what it sounded like to me. They got to count 6. So maybe that's a little bit of a clue that it's now what, 11 there, 11:16, and they were discussing count 6 to get it on the thing, and now they have to have that count given to them. So they're 9 what? Oh, honeymoon in a prison cell. Yeah, I guess I could call you Carissa, but I go with the first thing I see. Oh wait. 6 of 9. They have 41, now 42 instructions. So what does 6 of 9 mean? Is that, wait, hold on a minute. I'm trying to, 9 charges. Oh, duh. There's counts. Charges and wait. Some counts may be easier than others. Very true. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my words. Remember, I'm not a lawyer. Even though I've been doing this kind of stuff, trial watching for a very long time, there are some things that still confuse me. So there's counts and I'm going to look that up myself. I'm not going to bother y'all with that. I know. Oh, my dog's telling me he needs to go see a man about a horse. Like she said, some counts may be easier than others. They could fly through some, yes. So Kim says 9 charges. Sammy Joe, bet they're discussing if Chad actually physically emmed Tammy, unalived Tammy, or if ordering her unaliving is enough for his guilt for first degree. Good, I answered to all right. Yes, Sammy Joe. I love seeing new names. It's awesome. Let me see. Counts and charges are the same. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm going, but so what's the 41? What's the 41 thing? So now I'm stuck on a number. 41. What's the 41 part before I take my dog out? He's like laying here going, I just whined and now you pay attention to me. It's okay, puppy. 1 second. Okay. Linda, can you get that update, please? All right. I will be back in a few minutes. Let me get this thing situated. Y'all can keep listening to the closing arguments for prosecution. Oh, wait, where'd it go? Hold on, I gotta share it. That helps. I gotta
Again,
back it up a little bit. There you go. All right, see you in a bit.
again, Lori reaches out to Chad. She needs affirmation from him. She needs to talk to him about what he knows with the plan. Lori asked Chad if she should be doing anything in relation to the plan. Chad's response? He tells Lori the Lord told him they just need to keep resolving the telestial issues so they are unencumbered and fully free. What are telestial issues? Remember, telestial means earth. They need to resolve the earthly issues, earthly obstacles, so they can be unencumbered and fully free. Chad tells Lori on August 10th, we're so close to the finish line. On September 3rd, Lori is letting Alex know, that Chad and she are trying to get to the bottom of what they need to do to completely eliminate zombies. And she lets Alex know, I'm sure you will be told also. Alex couldn't rate people. Alex didn't discern if people were light and dark. Alex got the information from Lori and Chad. Lori got the information from Chad. Chad tells Lori, we are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles. Earthly relatives that are simply obstacles are surrounding Chad and Lori. And again, he tells Lori, I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. To be together, they've got to get rid of the earthly relatives that are simply obstacles. Because remember, they need to remove the obstacles so they can be fully free and unencumbered. Shortly after Charles' death in early August of 2019, shortly after Charles' death, Chad Daybell travels down to Arizona, and he stays in the residence where Charles Vallow has recently been shot and killed. Zulema talks about seeing them there. She talks about the fact that she thought they were maybe acting inappropriate given the fact that Tammy was still alive. Chad assured Zulema that Tammy was going to die and that Tammy would be okay with he and Lori being together because Tammy was going to move on to her mission. His mission, again, it's with Lori. He says that time and time again. We have a mission together. It's he and Lori. He decides Tammy has her own mission. Why? To justify the affair. Zulema talks about how in August she notices a change in Alex and Chad's relationship. Again, Alex has just shot and killed Charles Vallow, and now he and Chad seem to be closer. She talks about Chad giving Alex a blessing, and in the blessing, he tells Alex that Alex needs to move to Rexburg. Alex had no known ties to Rexburg outside of Chad Daybell. Alex trusted Chad so much that he flew back with Chad to check out Rexburg. Eventually, Alex was told that he was exalted. And remember, we talked a little bit about that and you heard about it in the trial. If someone was exalted in a prior life or a prior creation, they were exalted in this one. And you heard Zulema talk about how Lori would address that. If Lori did something and she was asked about it, she'd tap her hand, doesn't count for me. It didn't count for her because she was exalted. They taught Alex that same thing. What Alex did in this life didn't count for him because he had been exalted. Around September 1st of 2019, Lori ends up relocating to Rexburg as well. JJ and Tylee come with her, as well as Alex Cox, and they moved to 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori ended up telling the principal of JJ's school, Josh Wilson, that she moved to Rexburg because her husband had died of a heart attack and she wanted to be moved close to family. Lori had no family in Rexburg. Her connection to Rexburg was Chad Daybell. Shortly before moving to Rexburg, you heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas that Lori switched Tylee's Social Security money that she got from her father to go into an account associated only with Lori Vallow. That change was made on August 16th of 2019. They then moved to Idaho around September 1st of 2019. Before Lori moved to Rexburg, Chad had already shared with her that Tylee was dark and JJ was dark. And we know what has to happen if someone's dark. If someone's dark and they're an earthly obstacle, the body has to die. Knowing that, Lori still brought her children to Idaho, closer to Chad Daybell. Alex came with her, and remember, Alex believed Chad 100%. In July, 7 days after Charles' death, Chad Daybell texts Lori, "I've been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary." Who is Hillary? That's Tylee. Lori asks him, "Find out her percentage for me and JJ's." What's the percentage? It's the death percentage. Chad's response, "She is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10. Tylee is a 16-year-old girl. He's turning the pain up to 10, and he's saying her death percentage is 0.13. He then tells her that Raphael, another name for Chad, visited him talking about JJ and told him to follow Amy into the light. We all know what it means if someone says, follow someone into the light. July 23rd, again, Lori to Chad, "Check Tylee." Why does she want Tylee checked? She's being super sweet and helpful. Her daughter is being sweet and helpful, and Lori wants to know, is she dark? What's her death percentage? And who is she asking for that information? Chad Daybell. On September 8th of 2019, Tylee, Alex, JJ, and Lori take a trip to West Yellowstone, a seemingly normal family outing. However, we know that was the last time Tylee Ryan is ever seen alive. And what is Chad Daybell doing on September 8th of 2019? He's looking up south-southwest wind. Why does this matter? Remember how Tylee was found. Remember what happened to her. That young lady was burned. Her remains discovered on Chad Daybell's property. On September 9th, we heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright that there was something unusual about a device associated with Alex Cox and where it was located. You heard that when Alex first arrived in Rexburg, his device was at apartment 175 from September 1st to September 5th, pretty much all the time or at normal hours of the day, appeared to be residing there. After that, that device is mainly associated with apartment 107. The device will travel to 175, but generally returns to 107 no later than midnight. The day after, the early morning hours after the last day Tylee is seen alive, that device is at Lori's apartment, apartment 175, the apartment where Tylee Ryan was known to reside, at 2:42 in the morning. The only time in the month of September, with the exception of the first 5 days and the exception of September 30th, when that device was left with Lori Vallow, the only time that device is there in those early morning hours. What do we know happens later that morning? The device returns to Alex's apartment, and Chad calls Alex. Where does Alex go after Chad calls him? He heads to Chad's property. And again, you heard from Agent Wright and you heard from Agent Balance that that device is up on the Daybell property those morning hours. And there's some data points there showing 9:21, 10:39, 10:57. And what do we also know happened on the morning of September 9th? Chad Daybell sends a message to his wife around the same time that device is there. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. Limb debris, not tree, limb debris. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Where was Tylee Ryan's body found? Where those red data points are. In Chad Daybell's pet cemetery. Some of her remains in the fire pit. Where does Chad go after that? Or excuse me, where does Alex's device go? Back to Lori's. Chad calls Alex. He heads right up there. Alex goes Lori's apartment, Alex's apartment, Chad's property, back to Lori's. And we know where that young lady was found. She was found on Chad Daybell's property. Chad labels someone dark. Chad says if someone's so dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Alex believes Chad 100%. You heard that the burned and charred remains of Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property. You heard from Dr. Garth Warren that Tylee's manner of death was homicide, with the cause undetermined. Why was the cause undetermined? Well, you heard from Dr. Angie Christensen, and you also heard from Dr. Bartelink how Tylee's body was burned. Dr. Bartelink even indicated, depending on what accelerant was maybe used, Tylee could have been burned within 2 hours. You heard from Dr. Angie Christensen that there were multiple areas of blunt force trauma to the skull, sternum, and ribs. You then heard Dr. Bartelink confirm that. In addition, there were 18 sharp force impacts. Additionally, you heard from Katie Dace how Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel that were in the defendant's garage. We also heard from Alice and Todd Gilbert, and Alice Gilbert talked about how when Tylee was still missing, before she was found, Alice asked Chad about her. She wanted to know, doesn't Tylee want a life? Doesn't she want things that most young girls get? Chad's response, well, Tylee didn't like people and she didn't like me. What stood out to Alice? Tylee hadn't been found yet, and the comment was in the past tense. Tylee was now gone, but JJ was still alive. We heard from Zulema Pastenis how she visited in September She stayed at Alex's apartment, but she would visit with Lori. You heard from her that she asked Lori, "Where's Tylee?" because she didn't see her. Lori's response, "Don't ask." Zulema talked about how she did see JJ, though. JJ was alive and well at that time. On September 18th of 2019, Lori began receiving the Social Security payments for JJ and herself from Charles' death. Back in July, again, shortly after Charles' death, Lori's asking Chad, "I need you to check JJ." Why? He was calm and wanted to watch movies. Her kid's calm and wants to watch movies, and her first thought, have Chad check him. Chad's response, JJ is at a 2. On August 10th of 2019, Chad messaged Lori that JJ was getting close. Says, "When I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body." On August 10th, again, Lori had asked, "Please check JJ." Chad's response, or then Lori further pushes, "Is he at 0 yet?" Chad's response, "Yes, he's at 0. If Chad labels someone dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Chad determines the death percentage. When the death percentage hits 0, that person's been marked for death. On September 23rd of 2019, you heard how there was location data associated with Alex Cox looked at. And before that, you'd heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick about how they were visiting Lori. They'd come up for an event and they were staying at Lori's house. You heard from them, from Melanie Gibb in particular, that there was an incident where Chad took JJ upstairs. And when Chad came down, he had scratches on his neck, that being Chad had scratches. And when asked what happened, he basically said JJ had freaked out. On September 22nd of 2019, you heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick how they saw Alex come in carrying JJ. JJ's head was on Alex's shoulder. They assumed he was asleep. David Warwick thought it was a sweet moment. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, you heard from Melanie Gibb how something had startled David. He'd had a panic attack, a bad dream, something. She called Chad, no answer. She tried to get a hold of Lori, no answer. She tried Lori's door, and it was locked. The next morning, you heard from David Warwick that he asked where JJ was on the morning of September 23rd. Said, "I wanted to say goodbye to JJ before I left." They described Lori as appearing somewhat nervous, starting to talk fast, and she explained how JJ was dark. JJ was now a zombie. JJ had gotten on the cabinets. He was knocking over pictures of Christ. And so he wasn't there, and she wasn't going to go get him. Melanie and David never saw JJ again. On September 23rd, later that morning, Chad places a call to Alex. And what does Alex do when Chad calls him? He heads up to Chad's property. And what do we then know? Alex's device is at Chad's property with some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m. and 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ was found. JJ was found on Chad Daybell's property, close to where those red data marks are. On June 9th of 2019, investigators searched Chad's property. and they ended up locating JJ. As they dug JJ up, they noticed a round object covered in black. One of the investigators there cut the black plastic to reveal white plastic. They cut the white plastic and brown human hair came through. They'd finally found JJ. JJ had been buried with his arms duct taped together, the duct tape running around from elbow to elbow. He had duct tape over his mouth. He had a plastic bag over his head, tape over that plastic bag, and then he was placed in black garbage bags and discarded. That's how JJ was found. Chad labeled him dark. Chad said his death percentage was at 0. Chad said the plan was for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Chad said those things, and Alex believed Chad 100%. Chad knew Lori was receiving Social Security money. She told him, "We saw that message. I'm still going to receive the $4,000. She was actually receiving more because she'd switched Tylee's money to go to her as well. Chad labeled her children dark. Their bodies were buried on his property, hidden from those looking for them. With them gone, he could be with Lori. Her time was completely free for him. And knowing if the bodies weren't discovered, Lori would continue to receive that money. As you heard from Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, should have been reported. Lori continued to receive those benefits. Had the children been discovered, she wouldn't have. Melanie Pulowski talked about how she visited Lori towards the end of September, and when she visited, neither Tylee or JJ were present. She said she asked Lori about Tylee, and she was told that Tylee was at school or with friends. Well, you heard from Wynn Hill, Tylee was never registered, never applied, never associated with BYU, Idaho. But that was Lori's story for Melanie Pulowski. When Melanie asked where JJ was, Lori told her, he has a nanny. She's really helpful. Melanie described that she couldn't really get a clear answer from Lori. But what you also heard from both Melanie Pulowski and Ian Pulowski is Melanie trusted Chad and Lori. She looked to them as parental figures. She turned to them for advice and guidance. And particularly with Chad, she talked about that. She turned to Chad to find out if people were light or dark. We know that around October 2nd of 2019, Tylee Ryan's Jeep travels to Arizona. And you heard from Brandon Boudreaux about what happened. Brandon Boudreaux saw the Jeep, saw a gun, and someone took a shot at him. That someone was Alex Cox. Brandon Boudreaux had been determined to be dark by Chad Daybell. That bullet hit the top of Brandon's car. Brandon lived to report it. He lived to tell what happened. Brandon said that Jeep was missing the tire off the back. He noticed that. And you heard from analyst Heidemann how on October 2nd, Chad and Lori were seen in Rexburg, Idaho, storing a tire. During that trip, we talked about a device being at Lori's apartment, one of Alex's devices on September 30th. It was during that trip. He'd left the device with Lori. And you heard Zulema talk about how Chad and Lori would try to encourage her to move to Rexburg, and particularly Chad. He gave her several blessings where that was part of the blessing. Zulema expressed she didn't know how she was going to make that work. She didn't have ties here. Her job wasn't here. Her kids weren't here. And she expressed to Lori, I don't know how I'd financially do it. Lori said, don't worry. Melanie, referring to Melanie Pulowski, will take care of us. Melanie was still legally married to Brandon when that shot was fired. Melanie had kids with Brandon. Lori knew if dad dies, kids get Social Security. The custodian, the mother, gets Social Security benefits. Just days later, on October 4th of 2019, Tammy Daybell travels down to Utah. Now, you heard testimony that was rare for Tammy to go on a long trip alone. She didn't like to drive alone. But you also heard Chad was supposed to go with her and he backed out. Why did he back out? Well, we saw the messages between Lori and Alex about how she and Chad were going to get to go on a real date. Tammy was gone to Utah. He and Lori were going to get to go on a date.
That camera footage to Detective Marcus.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just a video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or the detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS. No, thank you. One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Steamer Station.
So the Pullman Road that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there.
Sounds like the sound keeps doing a thing on the stream. It's not on my end.
Based on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at Defendant's Exhibit SS now. I'll put our away. I think we might go back there in just a minute. But SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1. Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Monday's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's Machine is, ma'am. It does not sound familiar to me.
Can you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Monday's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits, if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian at Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4. I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21, particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the video that have been turned into the evidence lab at Moscow PD.
I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
You know, Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content. So I think I had your questions answered. Thank you. Talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Brian Koberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd of 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel. He's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, it would be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what.
Okay. Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantras. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date. No.
Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian Koberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow it down?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 days, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Brian Koberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Brian Koberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes,
Is that right?
that's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. If that makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So, he was the one who was conveying that information to me so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balance?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am. Not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway from here.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of the second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay. So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
Okay. So when you wrote this second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Brian Koberger's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
I bet I do. I have what we've marked defendants B.
You're referring to there's 2 maps. The WSU focus map you're referring to, it's completely washed out on this copy. I can't even see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. So where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am, memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Polk. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that map?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Pullman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy cast draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
One that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilley at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this work is done with verbal communication. Is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
And I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification report.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, Where do I look for that?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, we, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but and specifics though.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes. Okay. I thought you were just stepping off, so.
I'm up
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
I'm up on the speed a little bit just so we can try to catch up.
Good morning.
I'm noticing that John Judge, which is where I should be
To your knowledge,
doing this
have
from,
all the evidence in
started
Moscow Police Department's
another
possession
live
been turned over to the state for
about
us to
5
discover.
minutes ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Ish. No,
Have
wait.
you facilitated
Like
the
same
defense
one, an
visiting
hour ago.
MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvassing?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't know.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow Pullman Highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am. There is.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
Yes.
Now, Now let's talk about the Troy Highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
Yes.
gas stations?
Yes.
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
Yes.
gas stations?
Yes.
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
Yes.
as well as apartments?
Yes.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow PD. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relayed that to me, I input that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023? Objection, lady. Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Brian Koberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Koberger. Is that fair to say?
You can say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Watson Kari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together, though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that That evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive.
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine.
Sure.
And Watson Carty Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that?
Just one second.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Hope River or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay. What does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, McKean Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Moose River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Moose River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Carty Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Are you testifying that Mr. Koberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, or more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I'll direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route to travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am. It would.
And that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video footage.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, great. Can this I can obtain the excuse at this point?
He can be. Thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You can, you're free to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call siren.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the bounty of perjury?
Right. Thank you. So you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last.
Cy, Ray, R-A-Y.
Yes, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you provide consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with the DEA task force, where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there was working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant, and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position, where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators, and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile, it's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it, and I can physically track the phones. It's in courtrooms, it's in a bedroom, wherever it may be. In 2007, our agency had purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. In 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area. I worked with that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth of back and forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training, and I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. It's very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States, and I could put it in this program, and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands, of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid-2013, our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department, and I started a company called ZETX, ZETX. And we offer a couple different things. So we have the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I've written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real-time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour, that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they need, what type of records to obtain. We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan and monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count of thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers, I sold this company in 2021. At that time, around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of crime, we would overnight them a drive test scanner, which gives them the ability to go out and do a forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no cost. We ate all of the cost of this. So we paid for the scanners. Initially, we paid for the shipping. And the idea there is we wanted to create a national tower database that would have just a collection of drive tests. I want to say we have over 3 million towers in that database today that have been scanned or measured in some capacity. I am unaware of any other database in the world like it. And we use that to feed the mapping platform to increase the accuracy of the mapping. Something that we did that was very unique with our company is we actually provided an estimated coverage area. So instead of just saying this phone connected to this cell site and the antenna points north, we would give the person doing the analysis a general idea of where that phone could possibly be within a radius. We were the only ones doing it when we did this. Since then, since 2014, more recently, since about 2020, pretty much the rest of the industry has adopted, if not the same standard, a very similar standard. So the company we were using to do the drive test data is a company by the name of Rohde, R-O-H-D-E, and Schwarz, S-C-H-W-A-R-Z. They're a German company out of Munich. They've adopted the way that we were doing some of the ranging. The FBI task team has adopted that, has actually brought that tower density is what is the general term for it, and it's now featuring the CASPIS program. So through the years with training, I've probably been involved in training 30, maybe 35,000 law enforcement officers from around the country. We have about 650 law enforcement agencies within the United States. At some point, all of the federal agencies have used our products in their training, and I've done quite a bit of consulting internationally as well. Towards the end of that period, we started working more with Rohde and Schwarz. Rohde and Schwarz decided that they wanted to look at the ability to implement a cell site simulator in the United States. They had one for Europe. They were considering doing it for the United States. So they sent me their first one for the United States, and I worked with their engineers for about a year, testing it, reviewing it, improving it. So another several hundred hours there. I've tried to figure out how many of these missions, if you will, going out and finding phone or looking at phone records, and it is literally thousands and thousands of hours at this point. I can't tell you specifically. But that would be the background.
Sounds like your background is mostly in law enforcement, and then you moved into a specialty with cell phones, cell towers, drive testing, radio waves, all of that kind of things.
That would be correct.
Through that and through the training of other officers to do this work and to use your program, have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have. If it's not 100 times, it's right there near it. Roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts?
Yes.
In federal courts?
Yes.
How about Idaho?
Don't think I have in Idaho. I've consulted on a lot of cases in Idaho, but I don't think I've ever had testimony in Idaho.
This your first time then?
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do to review the records and to analyze the data, do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for defense.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. Koberger's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data. At this point, still focused primarily on Mr. Koberger's device, but ultimately all devices. But any geolocation data, which is the ability to look at a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time, and put some type of accuracy and reliability to a phone's travel. Maybe it's stagnant, when it's moving, when it's not moving, when it's off, it's on, those type of things. But specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensic digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata on the phone. I'm looking at it very much as a network tool.
if I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's going to tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not going to look at the data from the phone, like the photographs, but you're going to tell me the places this phone went and how it was used while it went somewhere.
Kind of. Let me clean that up a little bit. I will look first at where I believe the phone went, where it traveled, how it got there, how long it took, possible routes. And then to your point, I call it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, well, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. And I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate. Or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out and extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, that you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site, and we can say a side of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly, we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Sure. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. Koberger?
I have.
What have you reviewed?
What AT&T refers to as their regular CDRs, which is a report AU as an atom union. I have identified the report CT as Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called Locavore, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some ping data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you looked at 2 separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022?
I have.
In your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon to have 2 warrants, one that relies on the content of the first and the same day?
It's not uncommon to see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire, the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
The first AT&T record, we've called it today the 48-hour AT&T record of Brian's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on the call detail record, how long would that be?
Depends on the analysis. So I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, at least 3 hours. And that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something with those records?
You have to use some type of a mapping platform software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file, you would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy, because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
In that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locavor, LOCAVR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file. It typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they could go online and download it.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI CAS team producing a CAS draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAS work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of character.
In that first AT&T report, did you request search warrant affidavit? Did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
All right. And in May of 2023, but how's it different to May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to the state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The historical was as of the date of December 23rd, but there was also a real-time pin register that was added that extended, I want to say, to the end of December, maybe very first of January.
What's a real-time pin register?
So the second search warrant asked for a couple of different things. Historical records going back to June 23rd to the current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a pin register, trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as ping data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. The search warrant actually says They were requesting these because they were trying to locate where Mr. Koberger was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you can get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Koberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Koberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only do they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, and we don't know where this person's at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it now. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Excellent. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CAS-FIZ program. Are you familiar with the CAS-FIZ program? Why?
I've worked with a lot of agencies that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CAS-FIZ reports several dozen times, maybe 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will. And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that you have certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have it? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CAS-FIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others I have never seen until I believe it was last week. So I'm probably going to have to look at those if you're going to ask me questions on those. But State's 48, I'm not pretty familiar with.
I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you some other questions about the records we received last week. I'm going to have you handed what was admitted last week as States R, just my copy of it so that we know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CAS-FIZ to create that.
So when I open the CAS-FIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is in electronic format, typically a text file, that the CAS-FIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing. I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs, and then this particular exhibit would require the regional AT&T tower list, which is a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely be Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region. But there's no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrant relating to Mr. Koberger?
It was not.
All right. And in the CAS-FIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of log?
It does, and I want to make the record really clear on what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CAS-FIZ program offers two styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas. They estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes. The CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage areas in the CAS-based program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see 3 different sectors. 2 of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're really hard to see. One of them is just under the N as in Nora, under the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list is used.
And why are they different sizes?
Cell tower density. We see a great big sector right in the middle of this map. And I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of cell towers out there. So one tower covers a very large area. Then the other 2 are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers. The coverage is much smaller. So it's just a way to look at tower density to kind of estimate how far certain towers may connect to a phone where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density, and the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mallory in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mallory stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CAS-BIZ program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CAS-BIZ program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CAS-BIZ program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, to turn it around, in order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CAS-BIZ program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you need the JSON file that was made by Detective Mallory. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where the software program is, we would probably need the source data again because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, if we're trying to recreate this work, this is where it gets a little bit complex, we would need the exact AT&T tower list that Mallory used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
Okay. Why would the results be different given the month of the day?
AT&T could have added or subtracted cell sites in the area, which would change the tower density. They could also reconfigure those cell sites so maybe they point different directions. Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to be used.
Is that generally why people in your field save their work?
We're talking best practices 101. We're creating a work product that is going to be used in a forensic nature, not showing how an extraction is done, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's unheard of, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Thank you. Let's move on and talk about the CAST draft. Have you, I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey, the CAST report draft?
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes. I need to give the court reporter a break. But if you're going to finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably fine.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so. If the court wants to do a break, we can.
Yeah, let's take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Relax.
Sorry. All right, you good? Not on the record, yes. Not on the record. Okay, we are back on record. This is State versus Koberger, CR 2922-2805. Everybody I identified previously are still here in the courtroom. Mr. Cy Ray is testifying. We are still on direct. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ray, when we left off at our break, I was about to talk to you about the CAST draft report. Okay, so we'll start there. Have you reviewed a CAST draft report in Mr. Koberger's case? And from your review of that report, can you tell what records were relied on by Agent Balance to create that report?
That report would include, he had to have the AT&T CRs, the full 6 months, a tower list to make some conversions that I'm seeing on the report, and also drive test data, which would be another form of source data, and then a mapping platform to ingest the drive test data into to analyze it to create these shapes that are then put into the draft report.
Okay, I think I have that. Do we have the same call detail records that Nick Balance used to create his draft report?
Yes, well, I believe so.
Do those records appear to come from the December 23rd, 2022 to AT&T warrants?
I would say primarily the second warrant from what I've reviewed.
And is that because the CAST draft report spans the full 6 months of those records?
That is correct.
Okay. And those records, did those come from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent Nick Balance?
The tower identifiers that are predominantly used, not exclusively, but predominantly used in the CAST draft report did not come from the report AU. There's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers that are now being populated to the CAST report, if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, maybe it's in October after that. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the October or the missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6 month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May's would be what I would start with.
Can you tell if drive testing was done to create that CAST draft report?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report of around slides 100 and above. I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing data that was produced to us in Discovery. What did that cover?
I found a file in the Discovery, I want to say early December, that included drive test, but it was about a 3-minute sample that covered less than a quarter of a mile in a completely irrelevant location. So it added no value to my analysis at all.
What were you looking for? What time frame and location were you looking for based on the CAST draft report review?
I would expect significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
You just told us that you think we have most of it, but there's some significant parts that are missing.
Yeah, and I want to qualify that just so it's really clear, because I understand it's starting to get very technical. There's over 500,000 lines of data that was turned over. So I'll make it clear, there's a lot of data that has been produced. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing. But it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case were missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I am unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow-Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. And if there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case. We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally, that wouldn't be too terribly significant, because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains. You could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property.
You talked about the device that helps do the drive testing, or that captures the data while you're doing the drive testing. What's that called again?
It's a drive test scanner. The most common one used in law enforcement is created by Road and Schwartz, that same company I referred to earlier. I'm familiar with the hardware that the FBI uses, and it is a Road and Schwartz scanner.
Is it called Gladiator?
Gladiator is the company that sells the product to the FBI. Gladiator actually buys this product from Road and Schwartz, and it does what they call white labeling. So they buy the hardware from Road and Schwartz, and they kind of slap their sticker on it, and they put their software in it, and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately, it is a Road and Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to make sure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody in the courtroom to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated. In this case, it's really important because, keep in mind, I reviewed thousands of these drive tests over my career. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment, or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those calibration records on the device that was there more than one device used?
There was actually 2 devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected.
Okay. So now let's talk about the calibration for this instrument or this machine. Did we get records for all the machines that were used by the FBI in this case?
We got the calibration records that were taken prior to the use of these of the samples. It'd be really helpful to have the calibration records after the use. So we kind of need to bookend those, because we know that it left Road Schwartz factory in October and everything was working great. When it came back, we don't know when it came back, and we don't know if it was functioning properly when it came back. It's not uncommon for there to be errors. I saw a report and said it came in and it had 2 errors. It's not the end of the world. The sky doesn't fall. You have to get into the documentation to see what those errors were. Normally, the device kind of self-calibrates itself. If you know what you're looking at, the major concerns that you would see when calibration is off, it becomes very obvious because results are really flawed. That's where I have a concern in this case, is we have what I consider a significant chunk of data for specifically a location where the instrument is running. There's no doubt it's functioning, but it's not properly collecting AT&T data, which is concerning as to why.
Because there were multiple drive tests done, and you talked about bookending these calibration reports, would you need to bookend all of the time that the drive testing was done? with these calibration reports. And what I'm saying is if there's something done in November and then drive testing done in December and then more drive testing done in January and then maybe some in March, do you need the bookend calibration reports around each of those drive tests?
You would. To date, I haven't seen any drive test data, I believe, beyond January 5th. And I'm not sure of the time zone, so maybe it could creep into January 6th. But if there's any drive test data after the first week of January, I'm unaware.
Okay. So in our case, which months are we missing?
For the calibration?
Yes.
Whatever the next calibration, the FBI would choose when to send these devices in. So whenever that next calibration report was generated for these two devices.
On the calibration certificates we have, I think you told us that after the maintenance, it went back into service and passed inspection was functioning properly.
Well, when it came in, it didn't have multiple errors, but when it went out, it was functioning properly.
Okay. Is that why you need to see the next one on the other side of the drive testing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when we're thinking about the data that the drive test data that we have that's missing some significant portions, could it be because the machine wasn't working right all the time they tried to do drive testing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also possible that the FBI agents using this machine weren't properly trained to do the drive test data or to do the drive testing and collect data?
I know of the two FBI agents from prior lives. I believe they're properly trained.
So we're looking at either the machine itself isn't functioning properly, or could that data have been pulled out of what we got?
If we're talking about possible scenarios that would cause the shortcoming of data, maybe it was never captured in the first place. I can't speak to that. The machine erroring, at least during one portion of this drive test, I've seen similar errors before. I'm pretty sure they had a small period of time where it had been a very busy day and it kind of gave up for a little while, like any computer will, and needed to be reset. Could things be extracted and us not know? That's always possible. I can't rule that out.
Is the missing data important to you to fulfill your duties in Mr. Koberger's case?
I don't recall when I got involved in this case on the day where I could actually start looking at evidence. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the cast draft report that there are significant errors in the drive testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas. I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes. We can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here. Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result. So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
And having that data, will that help us answer that question?
It's the only way we're going to answer that question.
All right, I have just a couple of other questions for you, and I'm going to depart the cast report and the drive test data a little bit. Except, as an investigator or as a person doing an analysis of this case, does the drive test data tell you where a phone traveled to indicate other investigation that you should do?
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that. AT&T is one of the best companies in this particular situation to show device movement because we get a constant connection. So when, and I will emphasize, when all of the data is mapped, and I'm talking about the CDRs, we can get a really good idea. Hey, a phone traveled north for 10 miles and then it traveled east. The drive test data would actually allow us to replicate and recreate these tower handoffs that we're seeing to come up with that first theory. To now we can say, in order to do this and hit these towers in the sequence that it did, it has to be driving on this highway. And then when it went east, it most likely turned onto this highway. So the drive test data helps us get very specific with what the CDRs mean.
As an investigator and performing an analysis work done in this case, when you have the CDRs, the call detail records that tell you where a phone's been, is that useful in directing your investigation to what other evidence might be out there, like videotapes?
I have to qualify my answer to it because I'm not sure if you're asking specifically for this case or in general. Yes, you map all of the data. And especially if you're going to justify 6 months worth of data on somebody's cell phone, you map every single connection that there is in those records. From what I have reviewed, the FBI mapped 6% of the data that came in. Mallory's testimony and what I've seen through here, he was up to about 18%. So by either standard, more than 80% on both accounts were never mapped or accounted for. And I'm not talking overall from every single day for 6 months. I'm talking about the timeframes that are chosen. So for example, this time period that's represented here is where I'm getting the 18%.
And that's the 48 hours?
This is specifically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, arguably the most critical time period of this entire investigation. They mapped a handful of connections. When I say handful, they mapped 18%. When you add the other 82%, it tells a much more detailed story. When we put the drive test data on top of that, you can get even more refined. But to answer your question on any case, that's this case. On any case, and we teach best practices. We've established best practices going back to 2008 in law enforcement of what you do with this type of data. It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause for this very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this. Not mapping it and then making decisions and work products with leaving that out is extremely problematic.
Last week, we received some additional records that Detective Mallory found when he was preparing for his testimony on this mission to compel. Have you had a chance to review those records?
I have. A couple of them are very technical, so I'm not going to say that I've mastered them yet, but I have a good idea of what was provided and what it means.
Based on your, I guess, not as thorough as you'll do review of these records, do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Koberger?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mallory, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything started with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Koberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's very technical things. It could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Koberger. It could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Koberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
The content of the data, though, is it helpful to us in representing Mr. Koberger?
It absolutely is helpful. Everything that I've seen to date is concerning to me because it's exculpatory. And I need to clarify this. When all of the records are produced and the dust settles and I have time to review it, I reserve the right to say, no, now I'm seeing everything. Here's what I'm seeing. Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of data that I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything that is missing is absolutely in the benefit of the defense right now. There's other reports that I believe are missing that I can't tell you are in the benefit of Mr. Koberger or in the benefit of the state. If I was contacted on December 1st by Moscow Police Department, there are things I would have absolutely said, you get this today, do not hesitate, and especially come December 23rd. Not because of who it's helpful for, but because those documents are the only things we're going to get that's going to be able to allow us to interpret what it really means. When we don't get those documents and we piecemeal things, it creates this narrative that is very harmful for the defense's case. As I've got more documents, I'm finding it's not harmful for the defense's case. There's a lot of misstatements that have been made. So yes, to your question, to date, it is very helpful for Mr. Koberger. I reserve the right to change that opinion in 6 months, depending on what type of documents are released and what's out there.
Fair enough. I need just a minute, but I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray, thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hold on. The prosecutor might.
All right. Ms. Taylor, any?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
All right. May this witness be excused.
You may, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ray, you're free to stay. You're free to leave if you like. Sure. Thank you. A witness?
Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses. We have argument for the court.
Okay. Let's go ahead then.
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. Nassa. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to the grand jury subpoenas, and then I'll cover the rest of this morning's argument.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, to facilitate this argument on this point, I am going to hand you defense exhibits A and B that were submitted in our records for today. I want you to be able to look at them while I'm talking.
Thank you.
As of today, there have been at least 50 federal grand jury subpoenas that have been issued in this case. Exhibits A and Exhibits B are an example of copies of grand jury subpoenas that we have received out of those more than 50. And what I didn't provide to you that goes behind that what we got with those is the subpoenas include attachment A, which explains what is being subpoenaed. And then what has been produced is the responses to those subpoenas. And in some of the subpoenas, we also have the certification by the person who has produced the records in response to the subpoena. Some of them are missing. We have asked the state to produce all of the subpoenas, and their response is that they are not in possession and control of those subpoenas, and they do not intend to use the subpoenas as an exhibit, and we have not justified why we need those subpoenas, and for those reasons, they are not going to produce them. I'd like to begin by saying that as it relates to any argument that the state is not in possession and control.
Okay.
Rather than beat the dead horse on that issue, Idaho Supreme Court came down in 2023 and made it crystal clear that anybody that's acting on behalf of as an agent of the state puts those records in the hands of the state, and they need to produce them. State versus Pendleton, 2003. The other thing is that in terms of the state arguing that they are not going to use a subpoena as an exhibit, that is not in and of itself a defense to not produce a document to us. We have a million reasons why we need to look at documents. We understand that out of the 51 terabytes that have been produced, that not all of that is evidence that's going to be coming before the court or the jury, but it doesn't mean that they aren't material or exculpatory. The subpoenas, based on reviewing the records, are in the hands of basically three agents. There is an FBI forensic agent by the name of forensic accountant, Michael Douglas. There's a special agent, Travis Shirley, and there is another agent, Mary Tyndall. These are the three agents that are receiving the subpoenas, reaching out to the providers that they're serving and asking for the documents.
Sorry, I was saying, can I please announce the verdict in my own channel, please? Oh, good Lord, y'all. Oh, I was trying to keep up with it. So I'm going to give you the total verdict time. Hold on one second. Let me get it all. I turned it off. It's muted. 1 second. I was saying, can I please announce the verdict in my own channel? I'm like in the other windows going, I can't get back to the window. Hold on. Surely Linda got it first. Oh my gosh, guys. Hold on. Yeah. I'm getting all the info. 1 second. Linda will put the stuff in the chat. That's why I want Linda to do it. Thank you. Okay, hold on a second. I don't know about that one, Linda. Right now I'm trying to deal with this stuff that, hold on a second. Yes, can you hear me now? Okay. I'm just gonna say it out loud. Hold on a second. So there's nothing going on there yet. Total verdict hour, verdict time. Let me see if they still have the clock going where I was watching it. I don't want to have to say out loud that I would like to be able to give the verdict in my own chat. It makes me feel bad. Hold on. No, wait. Oh, let me see what I have to rewind a little bit because it's now gone away. From where I was watching it, they took the clock down. 1 second. I got it. Don't worry. I just have to rewind. So yes, we have another, it's 1:21 now there, and it's at 2 p.m. is when they're going to be reading the verdict. So ding, 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 ding. Hold on. What did you do? Oh, no, oh wait. I see what's going on. There's something going on here. Oh, hold on. It was like 5 hours. Oh wait, it was almost 6 or over 6 hours, but they took that thing away and now I can't find it. Oh, here we go. That scared me. So the other trial, Gregor has court stuff going on. They want testimony read back. Let me hear it. Feel we would like to hear Dr. Andrews' testimony again. Is that possible? That's from the jury on that one. So they will have a court reporter read back that one. Where I was watching for the verdict, they switched out. And I can't see it. So that's the end of that. All right. So then I got, it was about 5 when I looked at it, it was at whatever the heck time it was. My clock said about 6 hours for total deliberation time. So they're bringing the jury in to hear that testimony and Gregor. And okay. Okay. So oh. So I'm going to read the update on the Daybell one. 1 second. Come on. They're not updating the page, which is driving me crazy. The update page is not updating. Oh wait, maybe it did. Okay, hold on. I think so. Let's see. All right. Yes, it's just all Nate said was verdict has been reached. It will be read at 2 p.m. I'm in the courtroom, he says. So we are ready watching for that. Nate also is saying, Linda's going to get his tweets. He's tweeting now. Yeah, we have a bit of time. I was like, I look over and all of a sudden, if you guys remember when we were running the other chat elsewhere, there was always a thing where I'm gonna say it this way, and I don't mean it in a bad way, so please don't take it that way. Hold on, I gotta fix my lips. They're driving me crazy. I've been chewing off my lips, waiting for this verdict. 1 second. Hold on. I'm trying to fix it in a tiny little window that I. Oh, whew. Okay, that's better. All right. Now I can stick me back out here. Let's go there. All right. So, so what was I saying? Oh, remember in the chat when we were doing verdicts would come in and everyone from everywhere all over the internet would run in to try to beat me to be able to say it first before me. That was a whole thing then. And that's why I'm still going, wait. I had a flashback. That was a lot of years of that. It was funny till it wasn't. So I was trying, but Linda's got the stuff. Trying to be organized in how we're doing this. Oh, so let's see what y'all are saying. I can put that back on if you want me to, but let me catch up and we can listen to it until I see it, and then I'll just switch over to it. Let me see. All right. So now we're kind of caught up. It was about 6 hours for I can actually get rid of my countdown clock. It's doing no good anymore. So, all right, let's continue back with the Kohberger doohickey because they're still going. And
For the court to understand why we need these documents, I want to tell you what we're doing with discovery and timelines. There are more than 100 search warrants in this case. There are more than 50 grand jury subpoenas in this case. You've heard all kinds of information about the probable cause affidavit and the timing of that. Timing in this case for the defense is everything. So we are creating timelines that put in the dates of affidavits of warrants, the information that's received, and the date that it's produced. With subpoenas, when we don't get a copy of the subpoena and all we get is the warrant or is the subpoena return, we don't know the scope of what the state has asked for. We don't know the date that the subpoena was served. And in some of them, we don't know that there is a certified return. So we can't take our timeline on warrants and our timeline on the probable cause affidavit and our timeline on everything else that we're putting in there and interlay the subpoena information that the state is getting. And we are desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happened in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit. And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. Kohberger's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims, and try to piece together, is that something that the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exists in this case? There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least 2 in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us. And we will be able to create our timeline and put all of these things together and know when and why the state was doing these things. And just to add one other component, you're hearing about cell phone records and cell phone records today being produced on warrants. Well, there were several sets of cell phone records that were produced pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. Still not clear to us why warrant versus subpoena, and they're different providers. And some of it's for phone numbers that we have to figure out who those phone numbers are. But all of this information is critical and material for us to be able to do the case, to do our work in this case. So I would ask that you enter an order to compel, and that way the state has the ability to take that to the FBI agents and say, the court has entered an order, we've got to produce the subpoenas, and we'll get the subpoenas. To the extent that the state may stand up and say, we've got this TUI demands, we've got to deal with TUI. I just want to make it really clear for the court that TUI is not an obstacle TUI's a hoop to jump through. The code related to 28 CFR 16.21 specifically states that the purpose of TUI is not to prevent federal agents from giving states discovery in a criminal case. The purpose of TUI is because these federal departments want to know when certain records are leaving their files. Understandable, but it's not meant to keep us from getting records that we need in this case.
Thank you. Response?
Well, simply put, we can't give over what we don't have. And we do not have the majority of these subpoenas. What we do have, we've turned over. I reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They advised they're not going to provide.
What? Why?
Because they don't provide subpoenas. You know, just like most grand jury material, it's sealed and not typically provided.
Not typically.
Not provided.
But even with a TUI letter, that wouldn't give it. We provide. They wouldn't follow that.
We have not. I'm not sure. But beyond that, though, even if they were to provide it, I still don't understand how this moves the needle one way or the other. You can tell I've detailed there's 71 federal grand jury subpoenas. And in my response, I've detailed exactly what they were for and what records were received so that you can get the scope of what was requested from the actual records. The piece of paper that was given over saying, give us these records is all they're asking for. But they have the records. They have the important part of this.
So they have the timing based on the subpoenas
off of
that
the
you provided to the defense.
Off of the records provided. You can tell the scope as well as what they're for. And I've detailed exactly what they were for, the scope, in my response.
Any response?
I wouldn't be wasting the court's time asking for this if the questions were answered based on the state's response to our request for discovery. Timing is critical on when a subpoena is served, what was the scope, then we can look at the documents to see if they are actually responsive to the scope. And knowing the timing of when that was served versus when it's produced to us is different. And again, I mentioned some of these things are pre-arrest of Mr. Koberger, and some of it is in the middle, and some of it is, frankly, months after the fact, if not a year after the fact, where they're looking for things related to the victims.
And can I ask a question? Because Ms. Jennings just said that that the dates, well, all the subpoenas that were provided to you, 71 subpoenas, and each one of those had the scope of what the request was in the subpoena, and that it would be dated.
That's not true.
That's not
true. No. There are all kinds of different records and different methods that the people that were the businesses and the people that were asked to produce the records produce them in different form. I do not know when they received the subpoena, the timing of it, and I do not know for all of these what was the scope of what was asked for versus what was produced. I do know what's produced, but I don't know the timing. And the answer of the date discovery provided, which is in Exhibit 1, that the date that a discovery is provided to us doesn't answer the first two questions that I have, which is the timing of when they asked for it and the scope that was stated in the subpoena of what they asked for. Some companies were asked probably for a certain number of months, and they didn't have records that were responsive to those number of months, right? Because when the state's doing this investigation, they're not necessarily knowing exactly what records exist. So being able to be specific is important. And I want to touch on this issue of it. It's not in their possession. I get that. But you have complete control over what evidence is going to be coming into this case with your orders. You make it crystal clear, produce it, or it's not coming in. That's the first level of sanction. And then we can just get going from there. Something that's destroyed, you can't produce that, there's going to be a spoliation instruction. Something that we keep repeatedly asking for and it gets past time, we're going to knock the death penalty off the table. You have control to get these issues that we are struggling with fixed by saying, this is my order, produce it, or there's going to be a sanction.
You may be overestimating my power.
I think you're underestimating your power.
Well, I have a good sense of where my power starts and ends. So I don't know. I mean, there's so much discovery that has been shared. Are all of these 71 subpoenas, have they been provided to me at this point? Because I don't think I've seen them.
No, they went through a federal grand jury. So this, we haven't seen anything in terms of the grand jury testimony transcripts. What I have surmised based on my federal practice, because I spent about 50% of my time in federal court, is that they've used a federal grand jury as an investigative tool because the FBI is partnering with them. That makes complete sense. These subpoenas are in the hands of the 3 agents that I gave you the names of. They haven't come through you. They're in the hands of the agents. And so it's a matter of them just gathering the records that those agents have in their possession and providing to us. And it helps us create this timeline in a case where discovery is being given to us as if we're living in a snow globe and it's just swirling around us and we're constantly having to put it together. So, you've asked us several times, what can I do to help you guys get your work done? This is one of those things. Let us see the subpoenas so we can overlay this in our timeline.
But you just want the subpoenas. You don't necessarily are going to get the response.
We have the responses. We have the records. But what the records don't tell us is what was in the subpoena. It's like a warrant return. What is a warrant based on? It's based on an affidavit.
So this is what you want, the paper that says this is what we want.
And the Exhibit A that's attached to that, which I didn't give you a copy of Exhibit A, but Exhibit A is attached to each one of those, and then it specifies to the company, you're looking for phone numbers that are this, and this for these dates.
That doesn't have the date on that when it was served?
Those subpoenas tell us, we know when they are served because it comes back with a date on it. And then, and then the attachment A has the scope of what they've asked for. What we've gotten is the documents without, it's like not having the affidavit to the warrant return.
Okay. I think I understand that. And I'm going to go back to Ms. Jennings and just clarify. What have they been given already?
They have been given records in response to all 71 of those federal grand jury subpoenas.
Do they have dated on there? Because that's...
Many of them do. You can see that from the description of the conflicts that I provided to the court. I can't say that all of them do, but many of them do.
Well, that's very important, apparently, for the defense, as Ms. Mathis said, that timing is everything here. So I think that's what they're really after. That's one of the things they're after, is just the time frame.
We can seek to inquire as to, because what I keep hearing is they need to know the date that these various companies received the subpoena. We can still inquire. It's provided on a lot of these, but on the ones we're missing, we can attempt to inquire and find out the date that it was served, and we can still do that without providing the piece of paper.
Well, besides the timing, what's the relevance to this this scope that was requested? Yeah,
What's the relevance? But
yeah,
we're not relying on any of these.
I know. I don't think you're. What do you think they think is relevant?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So what is the relevance? But aside with the timing, okay, and the scope.
Judge, I'm not going to give you the specific date right now in open court on one of the subpoenas, but they used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case, and they know that.
Okay.
And they are going to use that.
That's something that I don't know about.
I mean, you probably you do know of it. It's in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Jennings.
What I can tell you is that for the majority of the stuff, we did state search warrants, and we've received many of these records that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, enough with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Maybe it's time to, well, let's see, where you still have your argument. How long do you think?
Your Honor, my intention is to talk about the law that governs discovery requests and ask you to compel certain things. I'm going to go through our 4th request. I'm going to tell you a few things that we have, and I'm going to tell you why you ought to order that the state give us the rest of it, how it's material to us, and how it's in the possession of control of the state. I'm going to do the same thing. I would say I'm going to talk 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, where I want to start is with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 that governs discovery. 16A directs which things are mandatory disclosures from the state. Those are things I don't even have to ask for. And those are items that the state has possession and control over that would tend to negate guilt or reduce punishment. 16B is the portion of the rule that governs when I request items in the course of my preparation of the case. And I would have the court keep in mind 16A and the prosecutor's responsibilities and Idaho Criminal Rule 16B and the discovery requests that we've made and what we have not received. We've asked for documents, we've asked for reports, we've asked for qualifications and summaries from experts, and we've asked for media that's been gathered in the case. The court can order other things that we ask for based on the need of the case. I would remind the court of the case that Ms. Nassif just talked to the court about, State versus Pendleton. I know the court's familiar with this. This is a good case because it's recent and because it takes the time to define what's material and what's within the possession and control of the state. We need to think about our motion to compel in the order we are requesting from you in the context of what's in the possession and control of the state. Your Honor, the State versus Pendleton case says that any law enforcement, and this includes the prosecutor's office, it includes their staff, it includes any law enforcement that worked with them on the case. In this case, you're looking at Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police Department, Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, and FBI agents, to name a few. So what those entities have and have developed are within the possession and control of the prosecutor. So with that backdrop, I want to run through our specific requests and talk about what we need. You've heard testimony, and so I think you know why these things are material, but let's go over it again. Starting with the fourth motion to compel, Ms. Nassif went over 1A, the grand jury subpoenas. I'm going to leave that argument alone. She did a fabulous job with that. When we're looking at 2A, this all comes from the defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. 2A is the video on King Street. Your Honor, we began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't have to talk about that. We received that full for all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 510. So we can mark 2A, item 219 off of our list.
219.
219.
And there, I've gone through pages and pages and pages. So I think I really appreciate you being very specific about, what you have now and what you will still.
Okay. Good, because it's the only way I can keep track of it.
Yeah, well, same here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the CAS Viz log. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mowry say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mowry's CAS Viz logs. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record, I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check. But the hard part of this for me is that on January 9th, we asked for these CAS Viz logs. And the response from the state was CAS Viz does not produce logs. And that's just not true. It does. It's capable. It produces logs. You've heard that in the testimony. Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert. We know it produces logs. We're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd, 2024. And then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court's heard testimony from Mr. Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. This is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mowry, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the CAS Viz program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mowry had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that the court order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mowry and access to the CAS Viz program so our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mowry did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mowry did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and had provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Valance and Detective Mowry are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that, some things may have fallen through the cracks. I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before a trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in. They were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mowry addressed that, really, maybe unless I missed that.
Your Honor, I believe he testified last week that he used the tower list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well. Like
I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting that, but I definitely want that. I want the one that Mowry used to do his CAS Biz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now. I do want to clear up, though, when we talk about what Detective Mowry found last week when he was preparing to testify, those are emails between him and Nick Valance. Those are JSON files from Nick Valance to Detective Mowry. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different sized towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Valance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found. Just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist. And we can't recreate what he did without the list and program. Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on then, Your Honor, is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a timing advance report. Your Honor, this is one of the troubling areas again. The first response was that the records do not exist. There were letters exchanged between the state and us asking for more information. In one of the letters from the prosecutor, we were told that this program was not used in Brian Koberger's case. And then we filed a motion to compel, and we were told that the state was not in possession of the timing records. And then the next supplemental response in May of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, was to tell us that there's some new certified records from AT&T that we're going to get. I don't know what those are. I can tell you that these timing advance reports were asked for from AT&T, from Verizon, from T-Mobile, and another cell phone company. In both of the early AT&T warrants, we called them the 48-hour, and then the extended warrants back on December 23rd, 2022. We don't have those. So I just want to make a record that I need to know what happens. Moving on then to 228, item 228. That was trying to understand what was relied upon for the second AT&T warrant. And we heard quite a bit today from Detective Payne about what he relied on for that second warrant. And that had to do with what was produced and analyzed in the first warrant. However, we asked for some emails and some communications. We know about some text messaging that we've received, but we don't have written correspondence, email correspondence, exchanging information. Just the text messaging. So we want all of the email communication between Payne and Balance, or between anybody from Moscow PD and anybody from the FBI. Your Honor, item 229 is the MAID data. I would say we received a disclosure, and I think we got that on either 510 or 517. And I'm going to need some time to have an expert help me out with that. I don't know if that's complete. I also know that in the fifth motion to compel, there is information we've asked for from Vallow. That was a program that was used to help decipher some of the MAID data. And we're going to talk about that in a minute, but that one's yet to come. So I'm going to ask the court for an order compelling the state to give me all the MAID data. They may have already complied, though. And their intent to comply, I can tell you that.
What does that stand for again?
Mobile advertiser. Let's see, I've got it in here.
Okay, I'm glad.
Identification number. Mobile advertiser identification number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Judge, we are now talking about item 242, the cast report. The history of this is we came to the court asking for the cast report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report, and we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Koberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this cast report and they'll get it to us later. All right, I think you ought to order that we get the cast report. And I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this and we get the analysis that they made from that. This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the cast report. Let me tell you why that's troubling. Item 243 is our request. Give us a list of everything Nick Valance relied on when drafting his cast report. And we were told Nick Valance relied on the call detail records from AT&T. Nick Valance relied upon tower records, and he relied upon the drive test data. Nowhere in there does it say, if you tell us anything about the case, we need that to rely on that too. These are records that exist. These are tower lists that exist. They go into a program. You do drive testing to understand how the device interacts with towers, and you create a report. So we're asking the court to order that we get the cast draft report, we get the full list of everything he relied upon, and we get the analysis of what does this mean.
So another clarifying question, maybe. So I listened to the testimony today, and that it sounded like a cast report was provided, but maybe it wasn't complete. Is what Mr. Ray suggested. But I think that maybe I'm guessing we're assuming that the state provided what they had, but it maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. But didn't you get initially what they had as they characterized as the cast report? What would you say? I mean, we have problems with language, I think, especially when we're in this area, technology. And so we might be just going back and forth like this without really understanding what we're asking for or what we're providing.
Let me see if I can clear that up. The testimony today, when we had Detective Payne on the stand, when we talked about what did you rely on to get the second AT&T warrant, he said that there was something that Nick Valance produced and that the prosecutor had it, and he thought it was the cast draft. And then you heard from Mr. Ray, who said, I've seen the cast draft report, and maybe it's something different that Detective Payne looked at. It wasn't this big, long cast draft. The cast draft report, and I'm calling it draft because it's stamped draft. I knew it wasn't final when I received it. We got that because you ordered that the state give that to us last July. So I had this draft. I knew it wasn't final. Ms. Jennings knew it wasn't final. We've talked about it. We believed that we were going to get the final report by March 31st. We don't have that yet. It's the final report that we need. You also heard from Mr. Ray talking about the things that are mistakes in the CAS draft report. These reports go through a peer review process, and they can look a little different when they come back out on the other side. Usually not vastly different, but they can. They go through their process. It's that final product that I need that. I need to know everything they relied on to do their work. I need to know what this draft report is going to look like. The court should know that when we get to trial, likely Agent Balance is going to come in and talk about his CAS draft report. He's going to be an expert in the field and talk about what he found and why he found and what he relied on to do that. I'm going to come in with an expert that's going to explain what his work did. Now, if the work aligns and Nicholas Balance and our expert aligns, well, that's just going to be shorter. But right now, it's definitely not looking like that. It looks like they're going to have their side, and we're going to be talking about what the data shows. So what I want is the final report that we were told would be available by March 31st. I need time to work on it.
Sure.
What I want is a full list of what was used to create that report, what was relied on. I have to be able to see if I can recreate that. I have to see what was right with it and what was wrong with it. So I don't have those two things, right?
Is it possible that it's just not completed?
It is possible.
A final report?
It is possible, but I need you to order that come to me. And I don't think Ms. Jennings doesn't want to give it to me. But if you order that I get it, then I'm going to get it a lot sooner, I think. I'm not saying that Ms. Jennings is sitting holding it behind her back. I'm saying I don't now know what's going on. The FBI told her it was going to be in by March 31st. We hit our deadline to disclose our alibi. And all of a sudden now they need to redo something in the report, which shocks me because of the things they said that they relied on were things that already existed. So now I really need to know what they're relying on to do this report, and I really need to see the analysis, and I really need to see the final report.
Sure.
I have to react to it.
Since we're talking about this, Ms. Jennings, do you want to just respond to that? Whether or not this is still a work in progress or what's going on?
Right, Your Honor. As I know right now, that report is not in its final form, and it has gone through a peer review process. My understanding is it's still in that. I have been told that yes, it's not a matter of redoing anything, but as they receive additional information, they just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate. So we are still waiting for that final report to ensure that it's accurate. And as soon as we receive it,
Sorry, you have a time frame for that? I told you when they expect to be finished.
I don't have a final time frame. They originally told us it was projected to be completed by June next month. So I'm hoping to get it within the next month.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Sometimes it's easier just to sort a particular issue at the same time.
So the hot ones, it might be Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I do think we have the regional tower list now, so I think we're good with that. On item number 244 and 245, we have those documents now, so we're good there. Moving then to item 248. This is the drive test data, the mapping data. The court heard pretty extensively that we've received this in two places. We've received some early on, and then we received a lot more recently, but it appears to still be missing some. Asking the court just to order that we receive the entirety of all drive test data that was conducted by Agent Balance or anybody from the FBI. 249 is anything that exists after January 6th of 2023 for the drive test data. That's number 249. And so I would ask the court to order that to the extent that it exists. Would ask that it be ordered to be produced. Item 250 is the training and certification records for Nick Balance and Sean Kennedy relating specifically to the use of the Gladiator or the GAR. That's the item used to conduct these drive tests. Your Honor, I think that we gave the court a transcript of testimony of Nick Balance that occurred within the last year. And that transcript had highlighting on it, so the court didn't have to read the whole thing, but to look at how many times the training and experience was relied upon by this expert, and that expert's Nick Balance. And if he's going to be a testifying expert, the discovery rules allow for us to have their training. We asked for it specific to this Gladiator because we know that's going to be a big part of his testimony. So we're asking the court to order that we receive his training and certification records relating to the GAR product. Similarly, now we'll talk about the GAR unit itself and its calibration records or its certificates that it's in compliance. The court just heard the testimony from Mr. Ray about how important that is, that often they get tired, things go wrong with them, and they get restored to service. We do have 2 certificates, but what we need is what Mr. Ray called the bookends, so we need the other side. We know that it came in non-compliant and that it was restored and went back out. We don't know what happened after it was used. We don't know the next bit of calibration that it went through. We don't know how it checked out. So we need the full copy, the bookend copy of the calibration reports.
But this is still in 250.
That one is 250, yes. Sorry, Judge, I think that might have been in 251. That wasn't 251. 250 is the training records for the agents, and 251 is for the calibration records for the instrument. I apologize for that. 258 is a request for all information, all data, including all expert reports that the state has relied upon in developing the affidavits in support of all warrants.
But that's like a big one.
It's a big one. And the state responded with an answer saying, these are things that have been relied on. I'll tell you.
Hold on one second. Nothing's happening. I can see it up there. I just wanted to say hi to Gigi. Hi. Or Gigi. Or I say it the way the movie is. Gigi. Oh, I just wanted to say hi. We're listening to the Koberger hearing and watching for the verdict, which is 2 minutes past and nothing is still happening. It's still on the thing. I did see the oh, here we go. Here we go. Haha. We didn't miss anything. It just popped on. So we're good. I gotta fix something. Go up there really fast and do that. Okay. All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started.
He was like I was trying to get the verdict back into the chat to you guys. I was like, well, I was stuck in the windows. Gigi, were you with us over yonder that we don't say the name of? I think I remember.
Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present. The state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
Gigi, there is a video on my channel. It tells what happened, so you can go watch that, and it'll inform you. All rise.
Here's all President Counter for you, Honor. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise. I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant. Case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. in regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6, in regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8, in regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Whew. Oh. 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 The JJ one got me. Oh. Ooh. I think I held my breath because now I'm panting. Oh. 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 Sorry. Hold on, I gotta get a Kleenex. Otherwise, my makeup's gonna be everywhere. Oh, oh, whew. Sorry about that. Whew. There you go. There's some emotion. Oh. Oh. So, you know that for 7 years, whenever all of these verdicts come in these trials, the ones that are like this, usually I am a basket case and have been and always will be. I don't think I ever will get used to this being, you know what I mean? There's just some things I can get used to, some things I have no problems with, but this kind of case with the verdict, and now we have another one, because now we have a week or whatever it's going to be for the verdict, for the the sentencing, because we move into the sentencing phase, because this is a death penalty case. So, let's see what you guys are saying. Let me know how you feeling. Put it in the chat. So this will always be it'll always be this way for me. So, okay, your reactions. Let's get them. Here we go. I'm going way to heck up here. There he is. Oh, I wish I could have zoomed. You know what? It would be awesome if I could figure out how to do that. I need to figure out, I think once this trial ends and I get a little bit of a break or whatever happens next, I'm not sure yet, but I want to see if I can maybe figure out some better software than what I'm doing. This isn't really software. This is StreamYard. But I'd like to be able to do what I was doing before, where, I know that there's other stuff out there that I can do stuff with. And I want to see if I can do it where we could, like be able to zoom in and be able to, if we have this thing where we have this trifecta of views, pardon me. We have this trifecta of views like we have with these two trials, and Koberger's is coming up. So we're going to, hopefully by the time Koberger comes up, I will have either figured out how to make it so that I can, do what I did during Murdoch, get that, really get a good thing where we can switch back and forth and have it all fancy. That's kind of what I want to try to do. I don't know software stuff other than what I was using. I think, I forgot the name of the thing I was using. My brain is, I forgot. I'll have to figure that one out. But I know that, I don't know. I have used OBS. I'm going to see if I can look into that and see what I can do with it. StreamYard's good for this kind of thing, for the ones where it's just the single, but I'd love to be able to get in there with all of the stuff and be able to go zoom in and stuff. We'll see. I'll work on it. So let me see what y'all are saying. So that would have been awesome to be able to zoom in, but I don't know if I want to be that close. And then Barbie says no emotion. No, I took care of that for Linda's, that was whew. I was I did hold my breath. I did. I actually forgot to breathe. Our heart goes out to, let me see if I can hold on a second. Let me see. I got to put this up. I have, right now I've got the one. Okay. I got this one. I'm going to put this up. Sorry to put him up there too, but it's what I got. His little smile just gets me. Okay. Let me go back up here real quick. Actually, I'm going to. Fly free. Oh. Oof. I can't. Okay, hold on. I got to get back to the comments. Otherwise, I'll just be boohooing and no one wants to see that. All right. So, let's see. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, a really good thing to have is premium. Oh, sorry about that. I should have kept that up where I could see it and then, try to, yeah. And yes, thank you to the jurors. I'm just going to be quiet while I put these up. Maybe I'll take me off the screen. Hold on. God bless emotions. What is video tilted? Titled? Oh, tilted. I read that wrong. Titled. Here, 1 second. I'll get it for you. Gigi, 1 second, hun. It's, if you're still here. I'm way the heck up here going through. So if you're not here, it's why I'm no longer with said place. But I'm not saying the place. So I need to keep this in my mind. So they said that they were taking an hour break, and that was at 2:14, and it's now 2:22. So I'm keeping an eye on that. Thank you, Linda. My heart is full now. I can't read them. Sorry for the silence. So yes, this is the first trial where my face has been seen during a verdict. Well, until I took myself off. But, oof. Thank you, jury. And I'm sorry to those who may not, who may be against the death penalty, but I think in this case, oh my gosh. And I think it should have been in the case with Lori. And I think that the LY, even though we all know, I'll just put myself on real quick and I'll talk here. Even though we know that in most death penalty cases, those who, if they receive death penalty, could spend their entire life on death row. And on top of that, we also know that death penalty costs taxpayers a lot more than life without parole. So either way, in a case like this, it's still the same. But in the back of my mind, on certain cases like this, I think just knowing it's settling. And I don't mean for every case, because I'm not an every case person, but just in cases like this, I just, but, you know, I know that people don't realize that when they're looking at cases with death penalty and whatever, you know, we want to get it done, but it's a lot to go through. You have appeals, you have all the things, and it takes forever. Some places are kind of quicker than others, but in this case, I mean, knowing that Idaho, I think if somebody can, we talked about this, or somebody mentioned it, that death penalty cases in Idaho stay for a long time. I think I'll get down to, you guys will probably remember that that was talked about. I think Nate may have talked about it. So he's going to be by himself for a while, either way. And I think that they'll have him in protective type of thing, I think is what I heard. But yeah, but just a thought, you know, it depends on how you think about it. I would be good. If the jury does go LWOP, I will be absolutely okay with that too. Because he's still, you know, he has to sit with, in that case, he has to sit with what he did. But I don't know, he might find a portal in his head and escape mentally anyway, so. Yeah. You guys can watch Nate's thing. I'm sure y'all are probably watching it. I'm trying not to show his stuff. I want him to, you know, do his own thing. And I showed that one little thing, and that's all I'm gonna show. Unless I got permission from Nate to show it, I try not to. It's not joy. I don't get joy out of any of this kind of stuff. The reason I say that is because I've been through this personally in my life. I think I've mentioned it before or earlier on when I started the channel and why I follow trials and stuff. It's because a friend of mine who was very close to our family is lost her niece at 3 years old to a serial killer. This was family to us. Family to me is, you know, if I feel your family, I make your family your family. Even if we go have problems, even if something comes up, you're still our family. It just means, you know, it is what it is. But that case, that was our sweet little 3-year-old. Her name was Amber Fisher. The serial killer was David Allen Lucas. This was in 1984. He unalived her when she was 3 with, if you go to Murderpedia, just type in David Allen Lucas and you'll learn all about it. He had other victims. There was another child her age there, and there was a 6-month-old baby that was left alive. And so going through that, I actually did attend the trial. The trial was set to where there were other victims that the trial was for, and when it came to Amber's portion for her, the choice was made not to go to trial. And I think that was a hard choice, and it's something that the family, I'm sure, lives with. But the vindication is that he was given the death penalty, even though stuff happened and all the things, and that was a hard case. But I did go to the court a few times with that, and there's more to it. That is why I'm emotional about it, because yes, it was a sweet baby, but it was also our family and other. Maybe I'll talk more, maybe on our members only someday, so that it's not so public. But yes, so that's what I've always said, is that I have a connection to why I watch trials, and that is it. So that's why I want to, say that it's not, this isn't joy. This is sadness because of the lives that are lost, and anger at the person who does this kind of stuff. And in my opinion, both Chad and Lori both are serial killers. I'm pretty sure they could be put up on that list. And may portals not be a thing so that they can find each other later. And now I'm gonna move on. I was hoping we'd get justice for Tammy also, but wasn't sure. Well, let's see. Well, Linda put some stuff up. Did she put up what Nate had said? I need to go back and actually look at that. We'll look at it in a minute. Let me get through these comments and we'll shoot. He was right, guilty on all, right? Was it guilty on all? I need to see the words. That's my problem. I need to see the actual words. Guilty of murdering his okay, yes. Right there. Jury finds Chad Daybell guilty of murdering his first wife. I should have said unaliving, whatever. Tammy Daybell and the youngest children. Sorry, I think I misread that. I was like, wait, didn't I hear that? Okay, I did. Thank you, jurors, and thank you for everyone here. It has been a tough time getting through this trial. It has. Oh, I was up close on his face, and he seemed to know it was coming. Did you? Oh no. He didn't change his expression, did he? The ads during it was not cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Premium. I'm sure his kids don't have a reaction. They are, like him, stoic. That, I wonder if that comes with certain, not to put, I don't know, certain religious beliefs and how you are and stuff. I don't know. Or are they naturally that way? I don't know. It has been a long time coming. Yes. And now we go through Lori's in Arizona for Charles. Yes, guilty for Tyler. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's get down here. Sandra. Hi there. Hey. Hello. Mwah. Okay. All right. Let me get down to the bottom before I spend an hour trying to go through all these comments. Y'all rock. Yay. All right. Hey, Wendy. Hey. So now y'all know why I do what I do. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to get, wait, let me put that down. All right, I'm back down to the bottom. I was holding my breath and okay. Yes, I held my breath. I do that a lot, actually. That's why sometimes you hear me going heavy breathing. It's because I was holding my breath. All right. Oh, yes. So I think that I need to, I don't know, should I cut? I may have to figure out, I think I'm gonna make a clip of the verdict. I'll do it once we, because I know they're supposed to be coming back for something, right? That's why this thing is still up and they haven't turned it off. And he said it was an hour, so I'm not leaving. So it was 2:14 when he said it. It is now 2:35. So I'm trying to keep an eye on that. Yes. It was so horribly tragic. She was so cute. She was tall for her age, which is why it happened. Because the serial killer, he doesn't get to have a name anymore. He has a number, but he thought she was old enough to be a problem, you know. But she was only 3. My friend did have the opportunity to hear from, I do believe, the what was I going to say? The baby that was left in the crib that was 6 months old. She's, you know, so that was good to know. Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you for putting that in there. My brain is mush now. Hey, Becca. Good to see you. Wendy says, it's sad when we as strangers to those kids care more for them, yes, than their own mom. Yes. I feel like there was some sort of issue between Tylee and Lori as mom and daughter at the time. I mean, like I've said before, that happens, but ugh. Whew. Yes, I'm trying to get myself. All right. Let's see. So while we wait, I think we got a little bit more time. We can either keep talking about this. We could replay it if you want to, or as I can, you know, open it up and we can watch it again. Or we can go back to Coburger and watch the rest of that while we wait for them to come back. Let me know what y'all want to do. Stick it in the chat and we'll do that. Oh, I rhymed. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Nate put some good stuff up. I'm gonna see what he had. He put some really good graphics up. I don't want to. Actually, yeah, let me see if I can put this up. Yeah, well, I'll just show it here. Let me stick this up. I'll do this real quick, and then let me make sure I can see this one, and then I'll present. I want to see if I'm doing it right. Let me make sure I got the right one. Let me do this. So we put this one. See, which one was it? I'm going to take a look at this. Oh, let me see, make sure. I'm going to put. Let me see. I'm trying to see if it's. Okay. Yeah, I'll just stick it up on the screen and then you'll see it. All right. Oh. I keep forgetting there's this option to just show that one. Let me do that again. There we go. There we go. Oh. And thank you to Nate for everything he's done for this trial, for the entire case, for 4 years, and he's still got one more to go. The Arizona for Charles. All right. Let me go back to this one so at least we can see it. Oh, hey, Anna. Hello. My new name. I love seeing new names. Yay. Hey, from Ireland. A fellow Irish. A fellow Irish lass. Yes, I'm 50% Irish. I was born with auburn hair that went brown, and when in my older years, and it's kind of sort of, I think, I can't tell if it is, but I used to be what they call I don't like. Is calling somebody a ginger a bad thing? I don't know. I don't know if it is or not, but I was one. When I was born, it was more copper. It used to be like, shining copper in the sun. This is what my mom used to say. But yes. Thank you for watching from Ireland. I love it. All right. Let me see. I'm going to see what y'all said. Did y'all say anything yet? What we're going to do? Always watching in Ireland. I will be back for DP. Correct, Toby. No one cares. So since no one cares what we do, as far as I can tell, I'm go ahead and wait. Put up. We'll go back to Coburger and just finish watching this one until they come back, because I can see the thing. So here we go. I don't know how much more they have. Hopefully.
What my concern is that there are things maybe in computer files, things on somebody's desk that haven't been turned over yet. So I think the court ought to order that the state make sure they've given us everything that was relied on for every single one of the warrants. Ms. Massa indicated to the court, and I know that other members, I think Mr. Logston has indicated that we're going to have motions to suppress. And so we want to make sure that we have all of the information. Possibly it would answer questions so we don't have to have quite as many. But
So we don't have to what?
have quite as many motions to suppress.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a problem.
I understand.
All right, Judge, let's talk about the fifth motion to compel. That completed the fourth. The fifth motion to compel, we are not going to talk about the 15th request for discovery until this afternoon. So my comments will relate to the supplemental request for discovery, number 12, number 13, and number 14.
12, 13, 14.
Yes. In request number 259, number 260, 261, 262, and 265, the state has let us know that these are coming. They responded on May 10th and said these are coming. They don't have a problem. So we're asking the court to order them to be disclosed to us. I think these are some that aren't going to be available for a while, but I think the court ought to order it. The state doesn't seem to have an objection to us having them. The order will mean we don't have to come back if something doesn't get through to us.
Okay, can you give me those numbers again, please?
Yes, I can. It's number 259, number 260, number 261, 262, and 265.
Thank you.
Your Honor, 289 related to communications between Detective Payne and the WSU officer talking about white elantras. I believe that that's been covered. Payne testified today that we have the instant messages and there was only a phone call and that was it. So to the extent that that's the very end of it, then we're fine. And so I think we're on that one. Item number 299 is called a tips lead sheet. And that's something that's referenced during the course of in the discovery. We were asked for an example that was sent to the state. I'm just going to ask the court to order that be disclosed to us. Number 300 relates to emails, notes, and other communications. The state's responded with 3 separate AV files, and I'm going to ask the court just to order that they all be given to us. We may have them all, but I'm going to ask that the court just order that just to be sure that we have them all. Well, Your Honor, I take that back. I spoke with Ms. Jennings, and I know there's one area, I'm not going to talk about the area, but I know there's still one area that we don't have, so I'm going to ask the court to order that all emails, notes, and communications be produced to us. Your Honor, the next item is the CAST certification and training for Nick Valance. And for many of the same reasons that we asked for that for the Gladiator, we need to have his training records. He's going to come in as an expert. The discovery rules cover this. You can see an example of him testifying as an expert in the transcript that I provided.
That's not covered by 250.
250 is the training related to the Gladiator specifically. This one is relating very specifically to his training for his CAST work and certification for his CAST work.
I'm sorry, but then what was the number for that training?
I do not think
that's 300.
That one's not 300. Let me find that one. I didn't write that number down. Give me 263. Counsel saved the day.
263
and 264, I believe, relates to Sean Kennedy. Yeah, he's another FBI CAST person. And I am now at still. Your Honor, items 274, 275, and 278 have been provided. Item 287 relates to a new expert, a blood spatter expert that the state is working with. We're told that that's going to be available in June. It doesn't seem that there's an objection. We'd ask the court to order that be provided to us once received by the state. Request 289 we have. We're now at the 13th supplemental request for discovery. And that one is 302, item 302. That's similar to several others. So I'm going to hold the argument on that for a minute. I'm going to let the court know that items 303, 304, 305 have been provided to us, except there's going to be some raw data provided to us. And to that extent, would ask the court order that we receive the raw data that those have otherwise been complied with. Items 306, 309, and 308. Those, the response from the state has been that we've now worked through the 2-week process. That letter's been given to the FBI. And so we may get those by early June. So we'd ask the court to order that those be produced. I don't think the state's objecting to those. They just don't quite have them yet. 307 has been provided. Your Honor, 313, those are the Department of Transportation cameras. We heard testimony about that last week, that there was a letter preserving still shots, but not any video was available. So I think that that's been complied with to the extent that it can be complied with. 314 was the email communication, and we received that, so that's been complied with. 316 and 315, I believe, are also subject to the 2-week letter, so would ask the court order those be provided as soon as they're received. And now moving on to requests 317, 322, 319, 320, 321, 323, 320, and 324. And then picking back up with 302. Those are all surveillance camera items that we've requested. We're asking the court to order Moscow Police Department, as the custodian of these things in this case, to do an inventory of what's there. You heard last week that Detective Mallory said, I don't have the videos, those aren't my responsibility. You heard today Detective Payne said, it's Mallory and FBI agents. So we take Mallory out of the equation. He says, I didn't do it. I can't tell you where these videos are. I don't know who the FBI agents are. So first, I think the court ought to order that be disclosed to me. The second offer was that I can go to the Moscow Police Department evidence room and go through hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of videotapes, and that's just not reasonable. These are videotapes that have been collected in the course of this investigation. You heard Detective Payne say that when he looked at cameras on South 95 and the other road south of Moscow on the date in question, and in conformance with what he alleged in his affidavit of probable cause to arrest Brian, he looked at those videos and he didn't find a car. That screams stuff that's exculpatory to me. I need to know where these videos are. They were collected. The court can see that from the reports that we put in the packet of evidence. The court knows they've been collected, but nobody can tell me where they are. And I need help. I don't physically have time to go watch thousands of hours in Moscow Police Department and be efficient with the case. But if that's what I have to do, I guess I need the court to tell me that's what I have to do. I think you have the ability to order that there be an accounting of all of these videos. Keep in mind what we heard today was exculpatory. So there has to be a duty to categorize all of these videos and get that information to me. Go find these videos that other police officers turned over to Moscow Police Department that are in relevant areas. That's just critical, and that needs to happen.
So I did look at a long list of videos that were provided to the defense that said there was nothing there, or the camera was broken, or so there was some kind of inventory there. And you saw that, right?
Yes.
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 Okay. So what you want now is just a complete inventory of all of the videos that they obtained.
That would be appropriate to have that, but there are specifically named videos in this fifth motion to compel that we specifically want the videos. We know they're there. We've read the police report.
Okay, if it's 317 through, I don't know, 324, you're saying that those are specific.
There's a
videos that you want, that you know, or you think you know, are in this inventory.
Well, I don't know if they're in that inventory. I don't have them. I know they were collected and given to Moscow Police Department. I want to know where they are. And we listed out in 317, in 322, 319, 320, 321, 323, and 324 different locations that say we collected these. We gave them to Moscow Police Department. That's what I need to know. Where are they?
You didn't get any of these videos of this list that you just gave me.
No, of that list I gave you, I did not. There was also one that I asked to be included. I'm coming back to that number. It's 302. We did get a time frame on the day before the incident. And so I need to know where the time frame after the incident is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, for that. And I'm close to being done. Number 325. The answer was that if there was communications, it would have been a call. So that one's fine. We're good with that one. Number 326 is Uber logs between Detective Mallory and the Uber company. They've been provided to us, but I can't get into them. They're password protected. Miss Jennings and I have been trying to work that out. I think she'll continue to try to help me, but to the extent that it doesn't work, I'll need a copy that does work in some form. 336. 336 has to do with records, and I believe that Miss Jennings has provided or is providing a police report that will indicate these records don't exist based on an interview that was done. So we don't need to do anything with that one today. And I think the rest of them, 335, 336, 337, 338, and 339, the state has indicated that we've been given everything there is and nothing else exists. This all has to do with vehicle identification, and we're talking about identifying a car in question from a video as being a 2011 to 13 Elantra. They say we have it all. So if we have it all, that's great. I just don't want any surprises. Again, Your Honor, and we think the court should order the things as we outline. They are material to the preparation of our defense. I would remind the court that relevance is a standard of whether it gets in front of the jury, but it's a different standard when we're talking about materiality. That was talked about in the Pendleton case, and I know the court's familiar with the Pendleton case. The court wrote about that in a previous order.
Yes.
So I'll leave it at that and just request that the court forward these things. So
that list at the end about the identification of vehicle. You're saying that they have provided that to you, but they are telling you that's all they have.
Yes, there are specific items that they say, we gave you everything that's there. The rest of these items don't exist. It has to do with cameras and camera angles and different things like that. It's spelled out in the fifth motion to compel.
Okay.
I just don't want to be surprised.
You just want to make sure that if they find something else, they provide some supplemental response.
Well, I'd be concerned if they find something else after they said nothing else exists.
They're shaking their heads right now, but you never know. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Judge.
It's a lot of stuff there.
Yes, and I'll try to make this quick. Kind of go through each of these items that are still out there for discussion. But just to give you a little bit of perspective of what all has been provided to date. The state has
I rest assured, both sides, that I have gone through page after page after page after page. So yeah, I understand. I have some perspective about what's been going on and how hard both sides have been working. So
and just to give a little context, why this isn't just so simple. To date, we've given 15,691 bait stamped pages of discovery. So for a little context, this is too much binder. It would be about 39 of these. We've given 13,758 bait stamped photographs. That's about 34 of those binders of photographs. We've given 911 AV dumps. Those are digital files. In addition to a massive hard drive, about 50 terabytes full of discovery. And that includes audio video from about 285 interviews, 15,000 video clips from approximately 79 businesses, 8,000 video clips from approximately 10 residences, 417 files containing call detail records, multiple terabytes of records for 11 computer devices, 17 cell phones, multiple social media accounts, and 4 tower dumps. Or, excuse me, Ms. Jennings, 4 tower dumps. In addition to records regarding well over 17,000 tips. We've given multiple terabytes of records in response to the 71 grand jury subpoenas, as well as the 101 search warrants that were done in this case. We have facilitated the defense viewing the physical evidence on multiple occasions, as well as facilitated additional DNA trace evidence to be examined at their request. We've had a consistent pattern of loading up discovery and providing a hard drive to the defense on an almost weekly basis. And just to be clear, we're going to continue to do that. As we receive discovery, we review it, we load it on our hard drive, and we give it over. Now, going specifically through each of the requests, we've already dealt with in the fourth motion to compel. Item 214, we've already argued. Item 219, we've already complied with. The CAS biz logs. We heard the testimony, and what we know and what the judge heard testimony for is that CAS biz is just a software program that allows investigators to put in like the records received from a cell phone provider like AT&T into a software program and they kind of visualize. Detective Mallory testified he got the raw data set from AT&T, used the default settings for the times in question. It produced a map. He took a screenshot of that map. We provided that screenshot. He only did this in response to our request to provide a visual for the grand jury. We've been told that optional session files were not created or saved, and that this item just simply doesn't exist. In the current version of CAS-Viz, the user settings aren't automatically saved in an exported session, but instead it just returns to default settings. I asked Detective Mallory about this. He advised us that he used the default settings. It doesn't take much time or effort to redo this, which is why he didn't save those logs. That's his normal practice. He just saved the screenshots and we've provided that. We agree, we will double check. We're doing that throughout all of this. To our knowledge, there are not tower documents that were relied upon, but we will double check and inquire, and if that exists, then we will turn it over. 226 has to do, well, first the request was for the AT&T Hemisphere program, and then it detailed several other things below it. And we were told they didn't use the hemisphere program. And you're right, language is important as to exactly what's being requested. And now after a series of back and forth, they're saying that they want AT&T timing report. We have been told if that's referring to timing advance records, those records don't exist. We do have these location records, the DBOR records, and we've given those over. Now, the second part, it says that investigators recently obtained certified records from AT&T, and that'll be disclosed in upcoming discovery production. My understanding is that that's not related to the above. It's not related to Brian Koberger's records. It's related to other records that were done later for other folks. But we will be providing that in the next production doc. Next is 228, complete copy of all materials relied upon Corporal Payne. To our knowledge, we turned all of that over. We have given the documentation of correspondence between our cast agent Balance as well as with Detective Payne. And he testified today that the only other communication, they were together. So they were just relaying things verbally. And that he was including that information in his report.
Can you give me the numbers too? Because I'm trying to keep track.
I am on 228.
Thank you.
229 has been complied with. Now we're at 242, our complete cast report. We've already discussed that.
When you say complied with, does that mean that both sides agree that it was complied with? Or is it that you saying that you complied with that, but they are still asking for it? I just want to, speaking of language.
Well, I can't speak for the defense, but to our knowledge, we have provided everything that relates to the made data.
Okay. I just want to be clear about that. So if both sides agree that this is done, we don't need to keep arguing about this. But if the state is saying, well, we've complied, but they don't agree with that, then that's something I have to deal with. Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, there's so much here. So the clarification on this is they did give us made data. I've been working with our expert and we think that all the data is there, but part 2 of it has to do with the Vallow information that's coming. That's in the 5th motion to compel. And that's a great good one to remember. Yeah. Yes. And so I need that to put those 2 together. So I think the made data we have, I need to reserve though and say once our experts had full time to look at the made data, once we get the Vallow stuff as well, then we may have a problem. But they did do a disclosure. For sure, they did do a disclosure. I just can't say it's all of what we were looking for quite yet.
All right. So some of these we might come back to me to say, okay, where there's something missing or everything's fine.
And I will speak with Ms. Jensen if I notice that ahead of time too.
Okay, thank you.
243 relates to the final draft of the past report. 244 is done. 248. There's still some questions about. I will say that Ms. Taylor reached out to me last week, letting me know that they believe there might be some
in this case. And for the most part, the jurors avoid eye contact with Donald Trump as they pass right in front of him and sit in that jury box.
And John Carl, we've just been told
moments where
we've just been told by our reporters who are there in the courtroom today, John, we'll get back to you, that the former president, Donald Trump, did stand as the judge entered that courtroom, fixing his jacket, taking a deep breath in the courtroom for those who can see him, able to witness that. One of our reporters down there on the scene reporting that suddenly there are many more court officers in the room, Secret Service supervisor standing in the back of that room. As you know, any court case here in New York involves a significant amount of security. This is unprecedented. There has been security there every single day of this trial. And many of these officers, when asked previously, when do you get to go home? They are there for the entirety of these days, these proceedings. So even yesterday, for example, after the jurors left for the day, both sides, the defense, the prosecution, had to agree on the kind of testimony that would be reread back to the jurors. Those requests made by that jury, that those officers, everybody in that court responsible for keeping the courtroom safe would stay into the evening, along with the court reporters who would then have to read this testimony back. That's what played out this morning. Court reporters reading back the testimony that had been agreed upon by both sides, the defense and the prosecution. And then the judge, we knew Judge Juan Merchan would ask the jury, do you want all of the jury instructions read back to you or particular instructions? And that was how he was able to zero in, laser in on what it is they were looking for to have read back to them. I want to bring in Aaron Katersky again, live outside the courthouse. Aaron, it's our understanding the judge back in that courtroom, Donald Trump standing as the judge entered the court. What do we know about the jury at this point?
The jury has just entered the courtroom, David, filing right past former President Trump on their way in. Most of the jurors appeared to avoid eye contact as they took their seats in the jury box. The judge is now formally reading into the record.
Stand by, Aaron. Stand by. We are learning right now, Aaron, the foreperson is standing in that courtroom. Let's wait for reporting from inside the courtroom. The control room listening to this very closely. Aaron, you are as well from our team inside the courtroom. And in the overflow, the verdict is now being read. As you can see on the screen here, count 1, guilty. Count 2, the former president found guilty. Count 3, guilty. We await count 4 here. As you can see, the first 3 counts, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, found guilty of 3 felony counts so far. The foreperson in that courtroom. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Count 6, guilty. As we continue to enter in what we're learning from the courtroom, it's our belief that first 19 counts, I'm being told, the former president has been found guilty of. Counts 20 through 23 found guilty as well. So correct me, control room, all the way through count 23 now found guilty. We are now up to count 26 and count 27 found guilty as well. So again, I'm going to pause here. He's been found guilty 31 counts now of guilty as we wait for the graphic to catch up to the reporting coming from the courthouse. Count 33 and counts 34 coming in right now. Guilty on all counts. This jury in New York City, a jury of his peers finding the former president guilty on every single felony count brought against him by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Aaron Katersky outside the courthouse. Let's go to you for first reaction.
An incredible verdict on this day in May, late May. The former president of the United States convicted as charged. 34 counts of falsifying business records. And David, as the crowd outside this courthouse found out, a big cheer went up from opponents of the former president who had been massing in the park across the street from the courthouse. Just a whooping cheer, and they continue to make a lot of noise. There have been supporters of the former president here as well. It looks like many of them are hanging in there, but are remaining silent as the former president has been convicted on all 34 counts of falsifying business records, meaning, David, the jury believed the Manhattan District Attorney's theory of the case that the former president falsified these records to cover up a conspiracy to corrupt the 2016 election by hiding lewd stories from his past. David?
Aaron, as we know from the instructions from the judge in this case, Juan Merchan, telling that jury that they could not convict solely on the testimony of Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's longtime former fixer, friend, and attorney, that there must be corroborating evidence in this case that they also believe in coming up with any sort of verdict. I glean from that then in the discussions within that jury room, and we will learn more in the days ahead, that they then pointed to other evidence. And we know about the request that they look at testimony from David Pecker, for example, to be reread back to them this morning, that is the kind of corroborating evidence that they must have leaned in on to come up with 34 guilty findings on every count here. The former president found guilty as we're on the air this afternoon. Aaron, again, testimony from David Pecker and other evidence presented by the prosecution, they must have leaned on, not solely the testimony of Michael Cohen here.
They were told they couldn't rely solely on Michael Cohen because he was an accomplice in the alleged, or now found scheme to corrupt the 2016 election. And so they did need corroborating evidence and testimony, and they may have found it in the testimony of David Pecker, because one of the things they asked to hear again today was how both men described a meeting in August of 2015, 2 months after Donald Trump had announced his candidacy, when prosecutors said this conspiracy was hatched. David Pecker at the National Enquirer would buy and bury unflattering stories. He said he agreed to be the eyes and ears of the Trump campaign, and prosecutors said it amounted to a campaign finance violation. And Michael Cohen described the meeting very much the same way, saying that he recalled Pecker telling Trump he would be the eyes and
Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of that one. Yeah, I just wanted to see the verdict. I don't even know anything about it. Oh, hold on. We're back live. Let me
All
make
right,
sure.
thank you. Please be seated.
I do not watch the news. Sorry. I also don't watch anything political. So I wasn't raised with it, and I have no interest in it. So there it is. But hey, a verdict is a verdict. And sorry if I have offended anyone with my not only putting politics
All right,
on
once
this
the jurors
channel,
are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
but what I just said about me and politics. Oh. Okay, so we are back. This is live. And let me do that real quick. Put that up for a second. I kind of like this hopping around trying to catch everything. I'm trying to hold off on spoilers and only keep myself on camera because you guys don't see on when I'm talking here, you guys see it delayed. So I'm not putting anything in the chat so as to spoil things on the live itself that you guys would see after. So if that makes any sense. That's one of the things I always tried to do doing the other stuff that I used to do was make sure I didn't spoil or people didn't spoil it for you or whatever, which is kind of why I like the mods to handle stuff and us to handle stuff on the channel. Not because I'm a ogre. I'm trying to Brian has some Brian is not a fan of whatever was going on with Trump, I think. I have no idea. Brian, do I ask you, were you good or bad with that verdict? I'm scared to ask. Okay.
All right, please.
Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also, and that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case, and that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
What a day. Linda, did you see a verdict for Gregor? Oh. All right. So let's see. Was there a verdict for Gregor? And we can either finish up Koberger or we can just call it a day. Everyone's leaving anyway, so I think we'll just call it a day because I'm done. I don't know how much we have left of Koberger. Maybe another 30 minutes or something. Well, let me see. Was it? I don't have that much left. I can just play it. That way, at least it's on here. I'll do that. You guys can, we'll do that. Here, let me put that back up and we'll finish it out. And then you guys can, just keep with it until it's done.
As a balance, asking. He was at a training all last week. I've been told he's looking into it to see if there is additional information. Then, of course, we would produce that. That's all I know at this point. 249 is related to the above. 250 to the state fleet that's been done. And 258, again, this is a very broad request. If there's something specifically that they're looking for, that would be helpful. But as far as the state's concerned, we've complied with this request. We've given you the returns for all of the 101 search warrants that were done, as well as the affidavits, which detail exactly what the investigator relied upon in order to obtain those search warrants. Again, if there is something specific that they're seeking or looking for, if they can provide that to us, then we will inquire. Now we move on to the fifth. Items 259 through, 259, 260, 261, 262, and 265. Yes, our answer is that we have inquired. We've been told that this is coming. The employee responsible for these items is out on medical leave for about 6 to 8 weeks. We still have probably another month left before she returns. And then would need time for that to be completed. But we do intend on giving this over. As we've done already, as we get it, we turn it over. Item 289, this is completed. 299, temp lead sheets. State has provided information for well over 17,000 tips in this case. We've been advised by the FBI that they believe they have provided all information related to tips. Now, I'm unsure if there are duplicates of the same information. We will inquire, but substantively, it's our understanding that they have all the information for the 17,000 tips. But yes, I will inquire and see if there's something, a tip lead sheet that can be easily provided. 300, this has, for the majority, already been provided. They already have the ISP and PD emails. I've talked to Ms. Taylor about another certain section of emails that she would like to see. I will inquire about that, and if they exist, we will turn them over. 263 and 264 have to do with CAS certification and training records. I can tell the court we're going to comply with this. We're not at our expert discovery disclosure deadline, and we're just not at that point, but we will be. And we plan on giving this over on anything we intend to rely on. 274, 275, 278 have all been done. 287, this is an expert analysis. We haven't received it. We are expecting to receive it sometime in the next month. As soon as we receive that, we will discover. 289 is done. And starting with 302 is when we get into all these different surveillance videos. We have provided them a list of all the videos as they're labeled and as they're stored at MPD. Now, yes, we will do our due diligence to make sure that what we have is turned over. To date, though, and we'll continue to do that. To date, we have located a Watson Carey construction video, but the only thing we've located is one that covers from about 9 p.m. on the 12th till midnight. We'll continue to look for what they've requested. And as soon as, if it's located, we will turn it over. 303 has been completed, 304 has been completed, and 305. The next series, 306, 307, 308, 309 are all part of the 2-week process. As detailed in our response, we've been told by the FBI that it's going through their process, and we're hoping to hear something back about whether or not these are approved and when they're going to be provided in early June. 313 is done, 314 is done, 315 is part of, again, the 2-week process, as well as 316. Again, we should know more early June. Back to videos, 317. The first thing they asked for is this US Bank video. That's been provided. Ampersand, to our knowledge, it doesn't exist. Again, we'll do our due diligence to make sure. If it's located, we'll provide it. One World Cafe does not exist. And 9 to 5 is actually US Bank, and that's been provided. Red Star Coffee, we have, and 319, 320, 321 are all ones that are still outstanding. We'll continue to try to locate those. If they exist, we'll turn them over. 324, 325, 326 have all been complied with. 334 does not exist, and there will be a supplemental report to that effect. 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340 have all been complied with, and that gets us to the end of the 5th for this hearing.
Thank you. Any response?
Your Honor, just really briefly, I want to talk about item 226, the Hemisphere program. Ms. Jennings asked me if we meant the timing advance program. That's one and the same. I just heard her say that those records don't exist. I just need to be clear, if they don't exist, then I need to know them. If they do exist and they were used, I need to have them. She mentioned that item 250, 250, that's the balance training records that we have. That we don't have that. That balance training records related to the use of the Gladiator machine, we don't have those. 251 is partially complied with. That's the certificate on whether the Gladiator machine was working appropriately. We need the follow-up the next time that machine was put back for testing. Both machines, there were 2. 263 and 264, Balance and Kennedy's cast training records. I'm happy to hear that I'm going to get those. With regard to the videos on exhibit RR that the court has under number 21, this is where the business said they already had given over their videos, and Ampersand and One World Cafe are both listed on that as well. So they were given to somebody to their Moscow Police Department at some point in time. And that's it for clarifications for me. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Anything else? No. Okay, great. All right, a lot of work there for all of you. Maybe a lot, but why don't we take a break? And we're supposed to start the second chapter here. Why don't we start at 2:00? That's okay. All right. So we'll take a recess. Thank you. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, okay. We got done with that. That got the rest of it on here. If anybody wants to go back and watch it later, it's there. Oh, so we are done for the day. As far as I know, I don't know if Linda heard me. She might not have had her ears on over here. She might be hearing something else, looking at something else, or walking doggies or doing all the things. So I have no idea about Gregor. It has been a difficult one to try. I got to get rid of Trump. Hold on a minute. I got to get rid of him. Oh, sorry. I realized I had something else up. Hold on one second. So Let me see. 1 second. So, yeah, let me see if I can find that. I'll make that the last update if I can find it and put it in the chat. Trump, you need to slow your roll. There. Okay. Sorry, I was talking about the hashtag for Trump. It was flying. I couldn't keep up with it. So back to where was I? The Gregor one. Let me see what we got. If I can find something on that, maybe I'll put it up and we can watch it real quick. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know where to watch it. Hold on. Let me see. Who had that? Was it? Let me see. Maybe it's this one. Okay. Let's see. Maybe not. Wait, where is it? I'm trying to see if I don't see it on their thing. Oh well. All right. You probably already know the verdict to that one. Anyway, right? Was there a verdict or did they? That was 6 hours ago. Breaking jury has stopped deliberating and asked to watch that was 5 hours ago. I don't know. Because I never saw anything. If it was put in the chat, then I missed it because I was dealing with the other thing, and then we got Trump up, and not a lot of people really covering this trial, as far as I can tell, as far as Twitter is concerned. Yeah, even people 4 minutes ago are like, did they have a verdict? So maybe they didn't. Anybody know? Wait, here, let me see. Let's see. I'm gonna Google it. Hold on. So this was I'm gonna see what's going on. Sounding like the jury went home. I'm trying to figure it out. If y'all figure it out before I do. He's very smiley. That's kind of scary. I'm getting to it. Let me see. It sounds like they went home without a verdict. Yep. I think so. Let me see. Did y'all find out in the chat? Yeah, no verdict for Gregor. Thank you, Candy. Yeah, I just confirmed that. So good. Maybe tomorrow we can, maybe it comes in during a break or something. So we'll be back in the morning. Let me turn that off since, yes, we did not have a verdict. So, tomorrow they start back? Did they say 8:30? What was it, Linda? Let me look. What did Nate? Oh no, it was Caitlin. I don't know if I have Caitlin on here. Hold on. Nate, hold on. Nate probably put Caitlin's info in here. Caitlin took over for Nate as far as tweeting is going because he went. Or he skedaddled. Yes, here we go, right here. It says, judge finishes reading the instructions. We are in recess until 8:30 a.m. And then Nate is headed to CrimeCon tonight. That's why News with Kate, which we will put her, I'll get her up here so I can see her tomorrow. And Linda has her for tomorrow. She will be taking over for what Nate is putting in. I've got her now. And that's where we're gonna leave it. We are done for the day and got that all set up. So 8:30 in the morning, we will be back in the, it'll be a thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do. If I have a recap, it'll be on. If I don't, I don't. We just start. I don't know. I'll see. So I will see you guys in the morning. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for putting up with me. And thank you for supporting us, Linda and Mal. Thanks for all of your hard work that you do for us here so that we can sit here and enjoy trials together. And I kind of like this whole thing where we hopped around and got verdicts, even though we weren't really covering everything. And that kind of is kind of cool. I'll try to see if I can do that when we got stuff coming in. And we'll just, move over if we can, if it's not during a trial or something, or we'll play it or something. All right. So that's it. I will see you guys tomorrow in the morning at 8:30 Mountain Time. Bye.